Yeah, it's a crime against humanity.
Yeah, but think about how much we get paid to do it.
That makes it all worthwhile.
Thanks, Bruce.
Good. All right, we are screening, so let me take roll.
Can I get you to lead the pledge at the appropriate time? Will you lead the
All right.
pledge?
All right, good morning, everyone. This is Ashley Vaquero with the Office of Charter Schools. I'm going to take roll real quick.
Terry
Terry
Stoops,
Scoop,
Here?
John Eldridge,
John Eldridge,
Bruce
Bruce
Frank,
Frank,
Here.
Rita Hare,
Rita Hare,
Hilda
Hilda
Parlay,
Parlay,
Hilda, can you
Hilda,
hear
can
me?
you hear me?
Well, I see
Well,
her
I see her
remote.
remote.
Shelley
Shirley
Boland,
Bourne. Here.
Cheryl Turner,
Cheryl Turner,
Here.
Todd
Todd
Godby,
Godby,
Eric
Eric
Sanchez,
Sanchez,
Dave
Dave
Machado,
Machado,
Here?
Bart
Bart
Danielson,
Danielson,
Jamie
Jamie
Falconberry.
Falconberry.
All right,
All right, we do have a quorum.
We have
We have
five
five
in
person
and
and
3 remote.
3 remote. All right, Bruce.
Thank you, Ms. Picario. I'm going to ask Mr. Dave Machado to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today. I'll start by reading the mission statement as well as the ethics statement. The mission statement is that the Charter School Advisory Board works to ensure the existence of high-quality charter schools in North Carolina. Ethics statements. Board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of the Advisory Board. Does any member of the Advisory Board know of any conflict of interest or an appearance of conflict of interest with respect to any matters coming before us at this meeting? If so, please state them for the record. If during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring the matter to the attention of the chair. It would then be your duty to abstain from participating in discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. Hearing none, we do have 2 items to approve this morning. We have first to approve today's October meeting agenda. The agenda has been provided to us with advance notices required, and can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the agenda from the September meeting.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
A second.
Got a second. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All in favor of today's October
October meeting.
October meeting, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Unanimous. We also have to approve the minutes from the September board meeting. The board meeting minutes from September were provided to us in e-board and an email. Can I get a motion to approve the September minutes?
I move that we approve the September meeting minutes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion, changes to September meeting? All right, hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? All right, passes unanimously. Okay, I think we're on to a school presentation. Are folks from Apprentice Academy High School here with us this morning?
Good morning, Charter
morning.
School Advisory Board. I'm Rhonda Dillingham, Executive Director of the North Carolina Association for Public Charter Schools. And I'm here to talk to you this morning about the Truest Shining Star Innovation Award. Since the original charter school bill was passed more than 25 years ago, which established a system of laboratories of innovation, public charter schools have grown from 33 schools in 1996 to over 200 today. This popular public school option now educates over 130,000 students, with 73% of schools reporting over 60,000 names on waiting lists. During the pandemic, more parents than ever turned to public charter schools in North Carolina, with an almost 8% increase in enrollment. Though parents are increasingly turning to options outside their government-assigned schools, public charter schools often find themselves being on the defensive as they fight against stereotypes and myths. Negative stories are fodder for the media, so too often the public is exposed to criticism of public charter schools, rarely hearing the valuable aspects of these schools of choice. It's very important work, especially at the association, for us to try to shift the narrative and gain control of our stories, sharing with the public and policymakers the positive experiences and academic successes thousands of graduates have experienced over 26 years. One avenue that has not been explored in North Carolina is a formalized way to recognize the public charter schools that are going above and beyond expectations to meet the needs of students in innovative, unique, and creative ways. To date, positive coverage has been mostly anecdotal, with schools and other organizations submitting op-eds and articles that are often pushed aside in favor of the more salacious stories. That's why the North Carolina Association for Public Charter Schools decided to partner with Truist Bank to create the Shining Star Innovation Award. Last spring, we asked schools to apply and tell us about their approaches to innovation. We had a number of submissions, I think it was around 25, and then the committee narrowed down those submissions to 3. We asked those 3 schools to submit 2 to 3 minute videos, and we shared those videos at the charter school conference we held this past July, which, by the way, had record attendance with over 500 there, and we were so thrilled about that. So we asked the attendees to vote on those 3 submissions and let us know which ones they thought were the most innovative. The way it turned out was that Quest Academy came in 3rd place, winning $1,000 for its school. North Carolina Leadership Academy came in 2nd place, winning $2,000 for its school. And that left Apprentice Academy as our 1st place winner with a $5,000 check for Barry School. And we're very thrilled to have Barry here today to talk about the award and to talk about the innovation at Apprentice Academy. And this is something that we plan to carry forward in the future. And I'd also like to thank Truist for partnering with us to understand how important it is to tell the positive stories of charter schools. So I'll ask Barry to come up and talk about Apprentice at this time.
Thanks, Rhonda, and good morning, everyone. Well, it's been a long time since I've been here, but my name is Dr. Barry Ross, and I am the founder and principal of Apprentice Academy High School. I'm a principal, so I can go on and talk, but this morning I wasn't going to do that. But first, I want to thank Rhonda for giving us the opportunity to apply for the Innovation Award. I'd like to think that by definition, my school is the definition of innovation, given our mission. We are, our mission is a career and technology focused mission. So we don't hide that. I know most schools typically are that college focused, but we are not. Anyone who comes to our school, they know that our mission is to provide our students with the high-tech, high-skilled jobs so they can be highly paid when they graduate high school. And if anyone knows how many, if you called a plumber or electrician in your house lately, you know how much money they're making. So and we're very honored about it. And what I thought I would just do this morning is, since the video got us to where we are, I was going to hopefully ask Ashley if she could show our video that won it, and then I could talk about it a little bit and answer any questions you may have. So. And I will say it's a homemade video. It's not professional, so I don't want to tell you you're going to look at that. Sure. Well, and I guess while we're talking, you'll two of the people you'll notice, a couple of people you'll notice in the video. One is, okay, here we go.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was going to keep people going. So,
1 second, let me make sure that it doesn't.
okay.
I can do it on here.
So I guess as they're working on that, the first person you'll see in there is Chef Campbell. We call him Chef because he is not a typical high school culinary arts instructor. He is actually he is a professional chef. And in the Army, we used to say when people had all kinds of badges, we call them scare me badges. Well, in the culinary world, they have those things too. So he has all kinds of scare me badges on there, and he's one of the few ACE. I forget his title, but he's one of the few American Chef Institute professional chef certified in the Greater Charlotte area, and certainly I think probably one of the few that is actually teaching high school students. So we're very happy.
Let me try it real quick.
Okay. There we are.
So what differentiates us from other schools is the amount of time we're spending in the kitchen. What is new about this program is that our students are here from 8:30 in the morning until 1:30 in the afternoon, 5 days a week. The first year, culinary 1, culinary 2 is building their skills in the kitchen. The pre-apprenticeship is getting them experience with daily kitchen operations. They come back from their second year, we start working on more intensive projects, a little more high-end stuff. They start working on their supervision skills. They start working on things such as how to place food orders, how to do labor costs, how to do food costs. They work on every skill that they need to get out into the workforce. And what we've set up with the cooperation from North Carolina Community College. That's the good stuff. As they come in that first year, that pre-apprenticeship is in their first year, they record 135 hours on the log. That bit of paperwork that's signed off by JARS, signed off by us, signed off by the North Carolina Community College system, gets them in the system with the state because it sets them up to where their community college is paid for. And the state will actually reimburse their employer for their first year of work. Which is incredible.
Not only do our students benefit more, but you also say that any student in the state of North Carolina can participate in this?
Yes, any school can set up this program. It's just a matter of doing it.
Right.
Try to do what's best for our students and what's best for the community.
Fantastic stuff.
My name is Caden Harberger. I'm an apprentice at McGee, and I go to Apprentice Academy. I basically grew up at an indoor skate park. Like, I grew up skating most of my life, and I always saw the owner loading up things, building different types of skate park ramps, and yeah, ever since then it's been an idea. The goal of the apprentice school is to help get you a trade job, and I'd say it's mostly for kids that aren't trying to go the traditional college route and try the other trades. It's going to be great. Thanks for me. I'm thinking about taking more classes at CCC, some TIG classes. Everybody's super nice here. It's like almost like a family. I'm guessing I'll do well.
I used to work on cars, so like airplanes is like a step up. It just brought me like joy. Favorite class was Block 3. All the like the engine and like maintenance manuals and everything. I got to start an engine. I got to make fittings. Actually got to be out in the shop and work on things. So that was a lot of fun.
Stop dieting. Seriously, don't.
That's not me. So
Okay, let me try to get up. There we go.
So I don't know if I could just elaborate on those three things. First, I want to go back to Caden because students are always the most important. Caden is now full-time welder at McGee Corporation, and if anyone is familiar with Union County, there's two McGee corporations. Like a lot of people in Union County, the McGees are related, but one is on one side of the county, the other one's on the other side of the county. So McGee Corporation, you may not know their name, but you know who they are. If you've ever driven into a gas station, like gas some of the places, the hoods. They make all the awnings in every gas station, or station across the country. So we have a manufacturing apprenticeship with them, and then the chef, of course, is our culinary chef. Now, what's significant about this, I think one of the reasons why we won this award is because, to my knowledge, and I don't think there's anybody else in the world, we are the only charter school in North Carolina that has 2 registered apprenticeships with the state of North Carolina. And if you're not familiar how that works, you have to go through the community college system to get that apprenticeship. So now we have 2, so that means our 2 apprenticeships means that anybody else in the state who wants to take part in that, they can sign on to our apprenticeship, and they don't have to reinvent the wheel or create anything new. So in my mind, again, by definition, that's innovative, I think. And I'm going back to the chef mentioned jars, because in our current building we don't have a kitchen, so we had to find a place to house our culinary program. So there's a place called Jars, and the acronym actually is the name. And what Jars is, they do worldwide Bible translation, so they have just about everything on their it's a 600-acre camper. They have just everything they need. But for culinary was very interesting, and that's why I say my students are exposed to things that I can assure you no other student, I don't care, traditional public school, charter school, private school, no one else can have this opportunity because we're the only one at Jars. So I said they're a worldwide organization. So that means they have missionaries and visitors come to Jars to get trained, then to go back out in the world. So what happens is, so when those folks come in from different parts of the world, Jars connects with my chef to prepare a meal that's known in their country and their culture. So my students not only preparing meals, they're learning about culture because they're preparing meals out, that are not found in here in this country. So a lot of learning opportunity there. And then the cool thing about that program, and may or may not be aware of this one. So any student who is a pre-apprentice in that culinary program, and when they graduate high school, if they choose to continue with culinary and get hired in a restaurant, I should say, we train our students for like a 5-star restaurant. They're not going to go work at a Chick-fil-A or something. That's not what we're training them for. So if they get hired on their employer, the state pays these students' salary for the first year with that employer. So if anyone is a business owner, you know how important that is to have that someone pays your employee salary. So very incredible. And then after that, if they decide to continue further education in culinary, then they get to attend community college free of charge for that as well. So a lot of great opportunities. And the slide you're seeing here is just wanted to give you an idea of the different kind of pathways we offer. So, and then I think there's one specifically about culinary, and what I wanted to show you there, and I'm just going to point it out because again, things that they learned that again said, I don't know about you guys, one of my favorite food groups is bacon. So so this past week, our chef bought I don't know how many pounds of raw a pig, for lack of a better term. And so not only is he teaching them how to prepare to slice bacon and cook it, he's teaching them how to make it from scratch. From the whole salting, brining. These are things that you just do not find in a traditional culinary arts program. So I can go on and on. You guys have a lot of time. I don't want to waste anyone's time, but I'm sure I'd like to think you understand my passion for this school and why I started it. And we're definitely going places with it, and I'd like to think we're a big asset to Union County. At least that's what they tell me. So that's it. If you guys have any questions for me, otherwise I will stop talking.
Dr. Ross, I do. Congratulations on the recognition.
Well, thank you.
And the award. It is exciting to hear what's happening at Apprentice. How old is Apprentice Academy?
This is we're finishing. Well. We're in our renew year, so we're actually finishing our 5th year, but this is our 4th year with students because we took a 1-year delay the first year.
Mm-hmm.
So I've already graduated. I already had a couple of classes I graduate. So
great.
Yeah. So I've already my first year. I didn't expect that I had one graduate, and then because she came anyway, that's a different story. And it happens in the high school world a lot. And then I've had 2 graduating classes since then, and this May will be my 3rd graduating class. So.
And what community college do you partner with?
Well, we work mostly with SPCC, but my stance is, we don't just limit it to one community college, because, some community colleges offer more things than others. So we work a lot with SPCC, but given our proximity to Charlotte, we do use CPCC as well for certain things. So we've gone as far away as Stanley County, because we don't have an automotive body shop, and the only one in close to us is actually, believe it or not, Stanley County. So we go where we have to go. Yeah.
So is that the program by which an apprentice can be paid? Is through
Yes.
something community college has established?
No, it has, yes, they're the partner, so, but the community college itself is not doing it. It's,
Right, I understand that.
it's still the folks that,
But they
we,
house the program.
yes, they house certain programs, and certain ones we house on our own. But we have a very good relationship with all, mostly SBC clearly, but other ones as well. So all goes through them.
Last question.
Yes.
For me, you certainly have a passion for this. Our
Yes.
question is, did you envision all of this before you even founded this school, or has something happened that you didn't even expect or anticipate that this school would be able to do?
Excellent question. Yes, I think every day something happens. When you're standing here the first time, you think you have an idea of what it's going to be, what's going to happen, but then after a few years, you can see what really can happen. So I've learned a lot of lessons along the way. Obviously, some things I might not do again. I do it over, but there's something new going on every day, and I like to think I learned a lot about how business people think, because you can't start a school like mine without having. I know we talked about community college, but you cannot have an apprenticeship school without places to place apprenticeships or apprentices. So got to know a lot of businesses, and I got to know about how they think and what they're looking for. So I've definitely learned a lot.
This is Cheryl. I have a question.
Yes,
How are you doing? Hello.
I'm good. How are you? Thank you.
I know you guys are relocating. Where are you locating to relative to where you were?
Excellent,
Like how
excellent
far
question. I hope to have that answer, permanent answer for you in a couple of months. It's just so you don't know, Union County is challenging because it's not like Mecklenburg County. It's not Charlotte, so space is limited there. And I am going to answer the question. But I like giving people context. So everything in Union County has to do with sewer, because there's a sewer moratorium in Union County, at least through a minimum of through 2025. It may go beyond there, and that's a political thing, not above me. So whatever facility you find, not only do you have to find a facility large enough, you have to find a facility that actually has sewer. And unfortunately, in Union County, places large enough to house a charter school and has sewer. Very, very well. Right now, there is none. So I will say this: that we are in a negotiate. We found a place, a church, actually, literally just down the street from where we are. So we would do a ground lease, and it will work out fine. But of course, the one thing we're waiting on is the county's sewer assessment, and that's scheduled for October 18th. So, and I'm not an environmental engineer or a civil engineer. I'm assuming it doesn't take very long. You do your soil test, and the answer comes back, but I don't know. So. Because although they have a septic system, it's not the same thing as a septic system for 400 students. So, and that's why they have to do that soil test to make sure that the septic system could be expanded. So, and that's what that test is on the 18th. So as I keep in contact with Ashley about our progress. So, that's our number one primary one. I do have some other ones that we're looking at, but this is the preferred one. And they want us, and we want
I wish you the
their.
best in finding a place.
I'm sorry, what was that?
And I wish you the best in finding the place, since I really want to see the program continue.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And so do I. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Well, thank you for your time. This is excellent. Keep up the great work, and we're very appreciative of your leadership and your staff. Special thanks to the Rhonda and the work of the association for advocating for parents to have opportunities to go to a place like your school, and for Truist as well, for recognizing the importance of this as well. So this is fantastic. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Okay, next we have a 2021-2022 academic data performance report, or presentation, I should say.
I was trying to get the PowerPoint up, but it wasn't working, so let's try this. Good morning, everyone. This is Ashley Becerra with the Office of Charter Schools. So this is the first time in 2 years we have had an academic data review. This is our state accountability data. Took a kind of deep dive and reviewed the charter school data that we have coming out from last year's academics. So, as a summary, we had 204 operating charter schools last year, and those schools, all of them, received at least some kind of accountability data. So, if they didn't have, testing grades, or they didn't have a certain number of students, they might not have gotten all the accountability data, but we had something to work with for all of the schools. And like I said, this is the first data since the 2018-2019 school year. So if I'm going to kind of break it down into different sections. If we take a look at growth, as you know, the accountability data is broken into the growth. So this is the growth that we would expect each student to make over the course of a year. And then also the student. Sorry, can you hear me online? Okay. That's awesome. Cheryl, can you hear me?
I heard you when you said, "Can you hear me?" But I couldn't hear you when you were talking.
All right. How about now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to be right into the mic. Okay. So as a review, this is last year's academic data, and we're looking at the 204 operating charter schools from last year. The academic data is broken into growth, and it's broken into proficiency. And those two components are what make up a school's school performance grade. So if we look at growth first, we have 44% of our schools met growth and 18% exceeded growth. So more than half of our schools met or exceeded growth, which is great to see, especially over over a period of not having tested for several years. All right. Taking a look at our top performers, these are, as you can see, all the ones on here exceeded growth. We have, and I think it's just, I wanted to have them specifically up here with their names because I think it's something worth really celebrating. And as you can see, Henderson Collegiate was our top performer in terms of growth across the entire state for charter schools. We also have Sally B. Howard School, who we know was a Blue Ribbon recipient, I believe, last year. And then Healthy Start Academy. So 2 of the top 3 schools are led by either current or former CSAB members. Voyager Academy, Raleigh Charter High School, Maureen Joy Charter School, Northeast Carolina Prep, Greensboro Academy, Reaching All Minds, Quality Education Academy, Kip Gaston, Triad Math and Science Academy, Peak Charter Academy, Alpha Academy, Preeminent Charter, Kip Durham, Eno River, Triangle Math and Science Academy, and CIS Academy. Those have all exceeded. And I think, something interesting is that it's a mix of grade levels, grade spans, and also a mix of regional locations. So I think it's, definitely worth celebrating. And then these are other top performers for growth, and they all exceeded as well. So we have East Voyager Academy of Charlotte, Old Mainstream Academy, Clover Garden, Johnston Charter Academy, Forsyth Academy, Lincoln Charter School, Summerfield Charter Academy, Faith Academy Charter School, Alamance Community School, Southeastern Academy, Envision Science Academy, Torchlight, Vance Charter School, Research Triangle High School, Art Space Charter School, College Prep and Leadership, Sugar Creek, and Dillard Academy. So again, those are all of our top performers for exceeding growth over the last academic year. And in addition to just regionally having a span across the state as well as grade levels, there also are several either brand new, like just their first year, or first couple of years of performance, which is also great to see. So if we break this down into subgroups, 63% of charters met or exceeded growth when we look at the economically disadvantaged students subgroup. With English learners, we had 24.5% of charters met or exceeded growth. This is definitely the area where we see the biggest opportunities for improvement. And then 52% of charters met or exceeded growth with students with disabilities. Now, if we take a look at the school performance grades, you can see them here. We have, so the options are either an I, which is like incomplete, there just is not enough data. Usually that's because there are not enough students. Alternative, so those 4 schools have like alternative models. Then we have 7 schools that received A's, 46 received B's, 65 C's, 59 D, and 19 F. These are our top performers for school performance grade. So here you can see the region they're located in, their grade span, percent economically disadvantaged, and their school performance grades. I think it's worth pointing out some of the schools that have higher levels of economically disadvantaged and still performing very well with their school performance grades. Often we hear that schools are only performing well because they're teaching a certain subset of students, and here there's a fairly large variety in the numbers. And then these are our next top performers. So these are our A and our B schools. All right. So low performing, as a reminder, is a school that has a performance grade of a D or an F, or a growth status of met or not met. And then continually low performing means that a school has been low performing for 2 out of the last 3 years. And when we look at the continually low performing list, you're looking at data that's 17-18, 18-19, and 21-22. So it's a bit of a strange, probably the only time that's ever been like that, a strange annual accounting. It's over 5 years, but that's because of the 2 pandemic years. So as a kind of overview summary, we have 67 low-performing charter schools. 66 are currently operating this year. So that's taking into account Uproar, which was closed last year. And then we had 35 CLP schools, and 34 are currently operating. However, to determine the number of low-performing charter schools or low-performing charter schools, you don't just add the continually low-performing and the low-performing, because oftentimes the low-performing schools are CLP. So if we kind of take those 2 lists and look at the individual schools, we have 67 total low-performing or CLP schools, and that makes up 32.8% of charter schools operating last year. If we look a little deeper, we have 17, for our low-performing schools, 17 of those were F schools, and 7 of those also were not met. And then we had 22 D schools, and 17 were also not met. If we look at the continually low performing, 34 of 35 continually low performing were also low performing for this last year. So usually this data is a little interesting because we usually have a few more schools that are CLP but are not low performing, meaning they could possibly get off the CLP list if they continue to be not low performing the next year. But we only had one this year, and that was Marjorie Williams Academy, which is in the northwest region of the state. And they were no longer low performing, which was great to see. And then 15 of the 35 continually low performing schools have been low performing for all 3 years of designation, which, as a reminder, is not actually 3 years. We're looking at a span since 2017. So we had a lot of things to celebrate. We had a lot of schools that really had amazing growth, especially with their subgroups. And then we have schools that definitely need opportunities for growth or have opportunities for growth. So kind of taking a look at what is provided to those schools, most of these things require a school to actually take advantage of. They're offered it. Not everything is required. So these are kind of an outline of opportunities that schools have had. And I will say, at least in my time at DPI, and I think in probably a long time, these schools now have more opportunities for improvement than I've seen in a very long time. So, for example, NC STAR training, we have that every year, and I'll talk about that in a second in terms of that's a requirement for our low-performing schools. We also do low-performing and CLP site visits. So that will, we hope to resume those once we fill some of our vacancies. With 67 schools, it's quite a bit of, it's more than we normally have, so we'll have to probably prioritize those, but we do low performing and CLP site visits to try to pinpoint some areas for those schools to really focus on improvement-wise. Then we have the Transformative Executive Leadership Program, which is through the NC Access Program, and that is specifically designed for low-performing and CLP schools. That is led by Alex Quigley, whose school was one of the top 3 performers in the state for growth. So that's a great opportunity for schools, and we have 25 schools that took that opportunity up. Then, as you know, you heard last month from the NC Access annual review. NC Access has all kinds of programming. They have PD that they offer for free. They have letters training, fellowship opportunities for schools to take advantage of, even if they are not one of the grant recipients, and they share all kinds of online best practices. And then something new this year, which is really interesting, is called the North Carolina Instructional Leadership Academy. And this was offered to all low-performing and continually low-performing schools. I'm not sure how many have elected to take a part of this, but this is offered through DPI's district and regional support, and it's also in collaboration with the Relay School, and they are offering, I believe it's once or twice monthly, and they have different cohorts across the entire state to get really great instructional leadership training, and so that has also been offered to schools. So there are a lot of opportunities. Hopefully the schools that are low performing are taking advantage of this. If I have heard from schools that are not taking advantage of these opportunities, the number one thing I'm hearing is that they do not have the staffing to be gone from campus. That is the number one thing I've heard in terms of schools not taking opportunities for development. So if you are a low-performing school, you should have received last week a communication from our office, but just as a reminder for anyone who may be listening and just as an FYI for the board, there are statutory requirements for low-performing schools. So last week, the state board certified the academic data. They do that after a month of time between discussion and allowing for any type of revisions to happen that need to be, or corrections. Then on November 4th, the preliminary school improvement needs to be approved by the local school's board of directors, and parent notice is due. So in 30 days, this happens every year. If you're a low-performing or CLP school, you just need to provide notice to the parents, and we have provided, and DPI provides online templates for those letters, including templates in Spanish. And then in November and December, the schools need to take part in training for NC STAR, for revising plans, training staff, those sort of things. And by December 4th, the board must approve your school improvement plan. And then the final step is to submit that plan into NC STAR. Our office reviews those, we give feedback, and then in addition, that is part of the performance framework, whether those plans are actually submitted as required for CLP schools and low-performing schools. All right, so that's it. If you do have any questions, if you are a low performing school and you have questions, please reach out to our office. And then this presentation is on eBoard, and all of the data that I've used is publicly available. It's on the DPI accountability website. A lot of times I get requests for data, and it's all public. It's all on there. You just grab the Excel spreadsheet and you've got it. Any questions?
I don't hear any. Just thank you for compiling all of this. This is really helpful information. I also appreciate hearing or seeing visually the opportunities that the schools have to hopefully assist them in terms of getting off of the low performing status. So certainly can appreciate the challenges of participating in some of those when you don't have the staff to run the school every day if you have to go to trainings. But I think it's really important that these schools, move heaven and earth to participate if at all possible. So.
Absolutely. All right. Well, before, let's see, we have next, I think we're going to go right into interviews. But before we go into that, I did want to make a brief introduction. You all remember Stephanie Lloyd. She's no longer with DPI, and we do have a new attorney, I believe, Zach Padgett, correct? Okay. So just if you see a new face over here, I just wanted to introduce Mr. Padgett.
Okay. Thank you. Actually, we're a little ahead of schedule.
Yes.
Can we take maybe just 10 minutes, 8 minutes, and maybe we can find some water and coffee and get ready for the
Absolutely.
interviews?
All right, we're going to take a break for about 8 minutes.
Thank you.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah, see if they got it. I think it's Katie, the purpose, Katie? Yeah, I think she might have gotten it also. I've been talking to her a little bit. Okay. Yeah, so, but if not, let us reach out to Joseph and he needs it. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's open. Yay.
They really didn't want us to open this. Making sure I don't want to
email,
focus it without
email, and I
authority.
like looked at your like calendar and it looked like they started now, so I just told her, I was like, we haven't set dates, it's usually November, December.
Yeah, I'm not even, I can't even deal with that.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
A lot of remote, did you see it's much fuller? Oh, yes, yes, that's a. Yeah, that'll. Yeah, see, now you get understanding. Yes, I have to see differences.
That's the first table, this is the second table. So this is table.
Oh, yes. Yeah. I'm gonna start with slide 10, okay. Make it bigger. Well, I guess that's it.
You go first, second, third,
You're like, I'm probably gonna have my phone. During the renewal, somebody called me at 10:45. It took me, and you knew earlier, but somebody called me at 10:45. I was like, can you help us get options? No, I'm leading the presentation that started 45 minutes ago. Don't call me.
I cannot do it that right now. I'm not going to other things. Yeah.
Also, you're 45 minutes late.
Yeah, you missed a lot.
You missed it.
Somebody need new reimbursement forms?
Good.
I think they've been moving a little bit faster than they normally have, hopefully. We'll see.
I think so, I don't know. I try to keep up with it.
I've got a form.
Oh, you got it, okay.
It's just the basic one-page form, right?
Yeah, I mean, some of us fill out this other one, but I don't know, I've seen her do it.
I'll email her.
Yeah.
It's everything that's worked out okay for me.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's a good question.
What's up?
Is William?
Yeah, I know what the question is. I don't know.
Is that Bobby?
Is there a relationship?
No, that's another question. The background. It's 20 years ago.
Oh, the background check?
It's like 20 years ago. Yeah, so just those things happen.
Yeah, we talked about that on the executive call on Thursday.
Yeah, I haven't heard from much about that for a while.
They are, right, they're so different, and then we get some commercial, and then we leave them. Charge them. That's 20 years ago.
I thought your question was going to be.
Right, I don't know.
That was a good question.
No, that's another one. This one just lists kinds of things like the bottom. Well, maybe just So you hadn't read that.
I did not see that.
So you're in that, you will ask about.
I think I will. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're ready. Yeah, so I'm gonna,
Okay.
I'll turn it over to Ms. Racky, who'll do an introduction of our first applicant.
Good morning, Melanie Rackley with the Office of Charter Schools. So before we begin our 4 applications today, I do want to recap from September. CSAB, you all did approve 3 accelerated applicants and then 1 standard app. We did invite 1 applicant group back in December for a second round interview. The executive summary for those accelerated applications will go forward to Ms. Beccaro is going to forward the executive summary to State Board, I believe, for November's meeting. So that is being finalized today. But just so that we can look at the delineation of duties here, what we have circled is what you, CSAB, would be prepared to do today. Make one of 3 recommendations. You'll advance these applications to the SBE for approval or denial, or you'll hold over for a round 2 interview that would be held in December. So those are your 3 options for today. You can go to the next slide for me. And so I'll just recap the application summary feedback. Again, each of our applications were assigned the 3 evaluators, and they represent a cross-sector of industry experience, educational experience, and then each application also has been evaluated by an internal Office of Charter School staff member. We also had the exceptional children staff and the English learner staff evaluate the educational plans for these applications. So there's been an opportunity for several rounds of evaluation. And those evaluations and summary feedback have been provided to each of our boards. The primary applicant contact and the board chair were provided with the summary of the feedback that was received on those applications. So that's just an FYI. And then our next slide just kind of outlines the 1 hour that we'll have to spend today, if you can advance that forward. So I'll make a 5-minute snapshot of each school, then allowing the applicant board 10 minutes for introduction. CSAB, you'll deliberate, you'll have your discussion for 25 minutes. The applicant will then make a 10-minute closing statement, followed by 10 minutes of deliberation by you, CSAB. And so if you elect for the round 2 interviews, it's more abbreviated in nature. Reminder that the committee lead is responsible for gathering any of those second round questions, and then the Office of Charter School will distribute that out to that respective board. And we give those boards 10 calendar days to provide the response that you all submit. So that's just kind of a point of order there. And again, it's an abbreviated, second round is abbreviated. We condense the opening and closing statements, and then a lot of the questions can be, probably provided in the summary narrative that are given. So you actually have a much shorter abbreviated time frame if you do elect for that second round interview. And then our committee assignments are there, and so we're aware of that. All those committee chairs are already working on the second round for December. And so if there's no questions, we'll kind of move into the 2022 applications for today, October. We have 4 applicant groups from westernmost Henderson County up first, and then our easternmost county we'll hear from later, Craven County. So we have a lot of terrain there. And so I will begin with our first applicant for today, Flat Rock Classical Academy, slated for open in Henderson County. In year 1, serving grades kindergarten through grade 4 with 220 students, rounding out in year 5 with grades K-8 and 396 students. Flat Rock Classical will be prepared to discuss their nutrition plan today. They have indicated that they will use a local catering service, and they anticipate 30% of free and reduced lunch for their student population. They will also be prepared to discuss their transportation plan that does include the cluster stops, multifamily carpool support, and then a gas card program. Flat Rock Classical is not going to use a weighted lottery. Their facility is slated for 28739 zip code, which is also the former Valley Hills school site, so they'll be able to discuss that facility. There was not an LEA impact statement provided by that LEA. They are not a repeat applicant, and they do not intend to partner with an EMO or CMO. However, there was application assistance provided by Leaders Building Leaders, and their application was deemed complete by the Office of Charter Schools. And so, Ms. Becerra, I'll have to ask you to to zoom in on that a little bit, or I'll need to, yeah. All right, so in Henderson County, there's 2 charter schools that currently exist. There's Fernleaf Community and Mountain Community School, and these 2 charters are approximately 11 miles apart from each other. There's 23 traditional schools in Henderson County. According to the final pupils by grade at the agency's statistical profile, there are 13,206 students that were enrolled in Henderson County as of the 21-22 school year. That final ADM for Henderson County was 12,522 students. And again, the source for that is the final pupils by grade of the statistical profile on NCDPI website. And so when you kind of look at their proposed subgroup information here, you'll see that and how it compares to the LEA in gray. So the school is represented in the blue, and then we also have the educationally and economically disadvantaged populations down there lower. So you can kind of take a look at the comparison to the county and the LEA, and take particular look at their EDS numbers in comparison to Henderson County at large. And then you kind of have like a plot point of those schools that are scattered throughout. This is a zip code mapping. Again, there are not any charter schools within the 15-mile radius of where Flat Rock is proposed to be. And so in Henderson County, there are the 2 charter schools that currently exist. And so today, we are joined by a total of 9 of Flat Rock Classical's board members. I believe we have 1 that will be attending remotely online, but Mr. Miller is here. I will call Mr. Miller up. I will allow him to have the 10 minutes for opening statements for he and his Flat Rock Classical board. So Mr. Miller, you may take the floor.
Melanie, I was going to defer that opening to Tricia.
Very well.
A co-chair, vice president.
And thank you for that introduction. And just to reiterate, we will have 10 minutes, so that has to include your opening statement and introduction of anyone who you're planning to introduce today.
Yes.
So we'll keep time.
Thank you.
We appreciate the opportunity to share our vision for Flat Rock Classical Academy with you this morning. I'm Dr. Tricia Hunsader, Vice President of the Board. I've been a Hendersonville business owner for 17 years, and I have 5 grandchildren in the school's projected enrollment zone. After receiving a bachelor's in finance and a master's in teaching, I spent years in the classroom teaching high school mathematics in 5th grade. From this, I knew I wanted to further my knowledge of curriculum, so I obtained a PhD in curriculum and instruction from the University of South Florida. Through more than a decade of teaching college methods courses in children's literature and mathematics and supervising interns in the classroom, I've seen the incredible impact on student learning when a well-prepared teacher is equipped with excellent curriculum. My education and experience have equipped me to recognize the brilliance of the Hillsdale approach. Through my university administrative experience and my current role as provost of Tusculum University and my prior role as the dean of the College of Education, I believe that our vision and curriculum will be an extraordinary contribution to what's possible in public education in our neighborhood. My participation on this board for this school, I believe, is the most important work of my entire career. The Hendersonville community needs Flat Rock Classical Academy. 93 families representing 123 students have expressed interest in choosing this as their elementary school. Henderson County is small, but it is growing fast. We've experienced over 30% population growth in the last 20 years, and the job growth projections are over 40% over the next 10 years. In anticipation of that growth, 6,000 new apartment units have been permitted by our county. Current school options in our community are limited. The Henderson County School Board's 10-year plan does not include the building of any new schools. There are no public classical schools in our community. The 2 charter schools in our community have waiting lists, and the 2 classical schools in the county are private, have waiting lists, and are extremely expensive. Most of the public elementary schools in the proposed enrollment zone, as well as the public middle school, have a school grade of C. Flat Rock Classical Academy's goal is to fill the unmet need and make a rigorous classical curriculum accessible for all children. Recent published research shows that students from Hillsdale member schools have a 23% higher graduation rate than their peers, higher SAT scores, and are 30% more likely to be accepted by their college of choice. Data from 6 demographically similar Hillsdale charter schools shows that students using this curriculum consistently and significantly outperform students in their communities and the state. The classical curriculum at Hillsdale charter schools is closing the achievement gap for students of color, economically disadvantaged students, and students with disabilities. These are all populations that we intend to serve. The Board of Directors is committed to the success of all children. It is a collaborative group with diverse backgrounds, united by our love of children and our commitment to equitable, high-quality public education. We've added 3 board members since our application: an engineer with a background in music, a bilingual nurse, and an attorney with a background in school-based speech therapy. We have hosted Hillsdale College's visiting team and have been accepted as a Hillsdale candidate member school. We have filed our 501c3 application, and we've been meeting twice a month at the school site to plan for the future. As a board, we fully endorse the curriculum we've chosen for our target population. We firmly believe that the hundreds of thousands of children and teachers using the core knowledge curriculum are thankful for its rich content and goal of excellence and equity in education. Our partnership with Hillsdale College will provide the board, school leaders, and our teachers with extensive professional development to implement the curriculum with fidelity, all of this at no charge. Our focus on the intellectual and character development of students will result in learners who thrive academically, socially, and emotionally, who respect others and themselves, and become engaged citizens who lead virtuous lives. At this time, I would like our board members to introduce themselves.
Hello, I'm Bill Miller. I am the board chair and the president of our board. I am a resident of Flat Rock, and a 15-year part-time college graduate from Clemson University in civil engineering, the owner of Be Safe Engineering. Due to parental complaints and attending various board members, I saw the need and the desire of parents to have an option from the traditional school, and felt that Hillsdale curriculum schools were the best fit for helping these folks be able to keep their children in public education. I'm also reading Audrey Passage. She's our latest board member who may not be on your list, but she's our attorney. She was raised in a time when children were taught to think for themselves. The values she learned in elementary school shaped every other aspect of her life. How she is an attorney, a teacher, a mother, a grandmother, a citizen, and a neighbor. She joined the board because she believes young people deserve a learning environment that transcends and the influence of social media and peer pressure.
Hello, I'm Cami Sultanfuss. I'm the treasurer of the board. I'm a small business owner residing in Hendersonville, but I have previous work experience in a public school district in the areas of technology, library, and information management, including 504 records. I have 2 daughters. One currently attends a private classical school. I've seen the growth and excitement for learning classical school has brought to my child and others, and I believe all children deserve access to the same education model.
Good morning. I am Lisa Blausch. I am the board secretary. I worked for the YMCA for 13 years. I volunteered for the YMCA's after-school children's program. I served 4 years in the U.S. Army. I have 2 adult children, and I'm committed to ensuring all children have access to a high-quality education. And I'm also would like to introduce Claudia Robertson, who could not be here. She spent her first 24 years in Chile and has lived in the U.S. for 24 years. Her heart is to help other Hispanics adapt well and flourish in this great country. Thank you.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Richard Baruth. I'm a new resident of Arden, North Carolina. We moved from Florida. I live there with my wife of 37 years, Dr. Karen Baruth, who is a college professor. I recently retired as a financial services advisor, along with being a compliance securities officer on Wall Street. I'm the very fortunate beneficiary of a classical high school public education in California. I have 3 children who have all graduated from college, and I have 3 grandchildren who are approaching, something to look forward to. I want the students at Flat Rock Classical Academy to have the same opportunity that I did, a fair chance. Thank you.
I am Shelley Baluch. I lived 35 years in Dubai, where I was the pioneer homeschool mother for our 8 children. We have lived in Henderson County for the past 16 years. I've been blessed to offer our 8 children the gifts of music and drama and started a children's choir in Hendersonville. Fine arts play a central part in the classical American education that we're hoping to plant in Henderson County. From my personal experience, I perceive artistic expression to be an important part of the human experience.
Hi, I'm Gary Corbin. I live in Flat Rock with my wife. Together we have 5 children and 5 grandchildren. I have a degree in chemical engineering and worked in the oil and gas industry. My strengths are marketing, advertising, long-range planning. I've been an instructor in both music and martial arts. My desire is to have classical education for the current and future generations of children. I'm committed to the school in the same manner as I was committed to my mission work in Haiti. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Kelly Campbell. My family goes back 8 generations in Henderson County, so I know the community pretty well. I'm a small business owner and have been for the past 7 years, but previous to that, I was an elementary and middle school public school teacher, so I have a lot of connections there still. I'm still very passionate about education because I have 4 young children of my own, an 8-year-old, 7-year-old, 5-year-old, and 3-year-old. I had to pull 2 out of the public schools because of their performance. I've put them in 1 year of classical education, and they both are excelling. My oldest has grown 2 grade levels. She was below grade level going in. She's now 2 grade levels above her current grade. My youngest started in kindergarten, is now reading at a 2nd grade reading level at the end of kindergarten. So I am a very big advocate for classical education.
In closing, we believe there is a need and demand for a public classical school in our community. The local public school plans will not keep pace with the county's population growth. Those who can afford to are choosing classical education for their children. Those who cannot afford private classical education deserve to have the same opportunity. Flat Rock Classical Academy will have the support of the Hillsdale Charter School Initiative, with curriculum proven to improve student achievement and close the achievement gap. The board is committed to partnering with parents to provide access to a high-quality social and academic education for Henderson County's children. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all board members for that introduction, and nice to meet you here this morning. The next up is for CSAB to ask questions of you. We have 25 minutes to do that. We've read through your application, and I'm sure have questions of our own, as well as maybe responding to some things you've shared with already this morning. So with that, before we launch into the questions, I just ask CSAB members if there are any specific items you want to make sure we address, questions that are front and center on your mind. 25 minutes goes very fast. So I'll open it up before we start having you come answer questions. Just quick debrief amongst ourselves here. I'll be one to start. I have a couple questions around transportation, facilities, and connection with learning building leaders. Other questions we want to make sure we get out there?
Yeah, I'd like to hear them describe what their partnership with Hillsdale entails, just to give a sense, since this is a partnership that we don't have much of in North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
I would agree. That was part of my line of questioning, as well as I felt like I pretty thoroughly reviewed the application and never saw them mention. In fact, I didn't know it was a Hillsdale College partner until I read one of the letters of support, and it was mentioned in that letter. I go, wow, well, I did. So I went back and looked and still did not see a reference, didn't really understand if that was like below the radar, why that wasn't pronounced. Particularly now I hear that a lot of the professional development is provided free of charge through this program, and it just was never brought out. So just raise that question. I'd like to understand that better. I too have questions about the facility, a little bit about the budget as far as how the technology will be affordable based on the current line item. I'll leave the rest to others. Yeah, I think that's good.
I had a few questions too. I noticed that in the staffing, they didn't have any social worker, psychologist, or counselors. Just wondering what their plans to serve those students would be, and are they going to offer enough professional development for the core knowledge that they're going to be offering? I didn't see a lot of days built in at the beginning. I'd like to explain that. And they have a pretty aggressive and admirable EDS goal of 30%. I'd like to know how they plan on reaching that with not using a weighted lottery. In the application, it says something about curriculum was selected specifically to meet the needs of all students within the enrollment zone. I'd like a little clarification on what you're considering an enrollment zone to be. And your study, I totally support classical education, but your study talks about, mentions Oklahoma. Have you done any research of our classical schools in North Carolina?
Other CSAB members, any that maybe are on the phone with us today?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd like to know more about the Western heritage concept that they are referring to. The American.
Hilda, can you repeat that for us? We were having a hard time hearing you.
Yes, I would like to know more about their concept of the Western heritage they mentioned, related to continuing the American experiment in self-government I'd like to know how they are going to implement equity and what they plan to do to increase the number of persons who are interested in the school. Let's see. The instructional strategies mentioned that lectures will be used. And when I think of lectures, I think of a teacher standing in front of a group of kids, sitting in rows and writing notes as opposed to opportunity.
Hilda, we can't hear you.
Oh, you still can't hear me?
We can't hear you right now.
Yep.
Very faint.
Okay, let me see.
Just make sure you're talking directly into your mic or your computer, wherever you're logged in.
Yeah, I am. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, Hilda, it might be advantageous if you could email us your questions, email Ashley your
Okay,
questions.
I'll do that.
Thank
Or
you.
I'll chat.
Okay, yeah, you can put them in the chat.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that.
This is Cheryl. Like Hilda, I'm interested in what this Western thing is and what that entails and just understanding what that's about.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yes, this is Bart Danielson. I'm familiar with Hillsdale College and have heard of this partnership, but I don't know much about it. I'd like some information on, if you have it, I realize they are not the applicant, but they're your advisor. I'd like some information, if you have it, about the success rate that your partner has had, because they've obviously chosen to partner with you. So if that data is available, I'd be interested in knowing that.
That's a lot of questions. Okay, so the way this will work is we'll probably be repeating some of these questions. The person who's going to answer the questions, and we encourage as many board members to participate in this back and forth as possible. Please make sure you step up to the microphone when you're going to answer a question. So why don't we start with one that's probably not too difficult to answer. You don't have the support of an EMO. You're going to do this on your own, but you do have support from leaders building leaders and helping you put together the application. I'm just curious: is there a relationship, family relationship, with leaders versus anyone on your board? I know there's I know the leadership at Leaders Building Leaders has the same last name as you, sir. So I just wonder if there's any relationship there.
Yes, I'm Bill Miller again. We do not have an EMO or CMO planned at this point in time. We are in the works of being affiliated with Hillsdale College, who will help us establish the best working method working to fulfill our charter. We have also established the relationship with Leaders Building Leaders. You folks probably know them well. We chose them because of the amount of time we had to develop the application and their experience with having already worked with our type of school. So we do not have any familial relation with them other than we were given their name as a reference. Tom Miller has been excellent. Lauren Waters have been the main two that we've been working with. And they've also given us legal counsel with Lisa Stella Gordon, who we've used to modify our bylaws to represent the same as what she has represented for other charter schools in this area. So we believe we're on track, and we will consider a CMO possibly at some point in time, but in this next period of time between now and start, we will work that out, whether we choose to operate with a CMO or not.
Talk to us a little bit about the partnership with Hillsdale. There were several questions around that. You heard the questions.
I'm going to pass that to Tricia.
That's fine.
Okay.
You heard my CSAB member colleagues ask. So maybe elaborate a little bit more on what it is and how it benefits you, and again, what has been their success with other schools that they've partnered with.
Okay. Similar to this group, they have an application time window. So we submitted our application in July and were notified in September that we've been accepted as a candidate member school. So at the time that this application was submitted, we did not have their acceptance, so we didn't feel it would be appropriate to really speak too much about that. The curriculum is the same as what their curriculum model is, so we did follow that, but we left Hillsdale out of the application for that reason. Hillsdale's, it's called the Barney Charter School Initiative. It is completely donor funded. So it's run through Hillsdale College, but it's kind of a separate arm. So the people that work in that initiative don't work in the rest of the college. A visiting team came to Hendersonville, met with us for the day. It was a pretty extensive application process. And no money changes hands in this relationship. So being accepted as a charter member, it means that we have access to their curriculum blueprint and framework. They will bring a team to our school before we open, and this was not in our school year calendar, but for 2 weeks during the summer before we open, they will provide 80 hours of professional development to us on site at no charge. They will begin training our school leader about 10 months in advance of school opening. They have an annual conference for school leaders, for board members, and for teachers, to which we'll be invited at no charge for continued professional development and networking. They also have focus groups, job-alike focus groups, so that our teachers can connect to other teachers in the 50-plus schools in this network and problem solve and learn from their experience. So it is a great benefit to us that we think is going to really help us be prepared to implement the curriculum with fidelity.
Congratulations on being accepted.
Any specific questions around that relationship with Hillsdale that we want to dig into a little bit deeper?
Well, the question I would have is they've got 50 other schools. Is there any information on, and I don't know exactly how you define success, but is there any information on related to the success that those schools have had? Have any of those schools closed or any? I'm not sure what I'm asking exactly, other than you've got a relationship with somebody, and the college is well regarded. This is a new program. What do we know about the success of that part of that organization?
As I understand it, first of all, I believe that I'm pretty sure two member schools have been disaffiliated by Hillsdale. One in particular was a lack of integrity around test scores and the reporting of test scores. And when Hillsdale became aware, they severed that relationship. So they are very protective of their reputation and the integrity of the program. I can share some data that are important to us. So, and this comes from 2021 statewide test scores in 6 schools that are demographically similar to the enrollment zone that we have. So for English language arts, the achievement gap between white and Hispanic students in the public schools was 14%, compared to less than 10% for the Hillsdale schools. For economically disadvantaged students at the Hillsdale scores, they scored proficient in English language arts at 63% compared to 42% for the county. And children with disabilities at Hillsdale schools scored proficient in English language arts more than twice the rate of students in the county public schools. That's 49% compared to 24%. For math, which is my love, the achievement gap between white and Hispanic students in Hillsdale schools was less than half that of the area public schools. For Hillsdale, it was 7% compared to 17%. For economically disadvantaged students at these schools, their math proficiency was 65% at the Hillsdale schools compared to 40% for the county. And for children with disabilities, their math proficiency was at 50% compared to 28% for the county.
I can understand why you would like to affiliate with them.
Can you update us on your facility? I think you said there in your application, the existing area that you're looking at has a building on it that would house have enough space for your first year, but then I think you're going to expand it through modulars, or just maybe just a general update on the facility, if there's been any changes since you, or changes in that, or changes in thought since you actually wrote the application to your stand here today.
The amount of square footage that we have currently, and we are occupying part of the facility right now. We've been meeting in it for about 6 months, about twice a month, sometimes 3 times a month. It has an 8,000 square foot total between 2 buildings currently, and we are planning to add another modular or 2 as required to get the necessary seating arrangements for the K through 4, 2 classes each of 22 per class. We've not changed. There was, I think, a typo in the facility indicating 125,000 square foot facility, and there was concern in the comments about that would be an incredibly expensive budget requirement. That was a typo, I believe. It should have been about 25,000 for our K through 8. But we would be starting with approximately 11,000 with K through 4.
Is that facility a county school that's been vacant? Is it a private school?
It was a county school. It was called Valley Hill School. It had an elementary, and in later years had a high school. They built another school some miles away, a grammar school, elementary, K through 5, and that's been being used for I don't know how many years. I think about 10 years or maybe more than that school. But this one's been empty for a time, and then it was occupied by a private school for a time, and they did not do anything with the high school, but it ended up being demolished because of its state of repair. This building that we're in now, the 2 buildings have both been remodeled by the current owner. We've got a $250 a month rent for that facility, which is rather generous of the owner. He is for us. He's for our area. It is in a low-income area, a lot of Hispanics in the area, and that's why we say that demographic area has that heavy influence, much more than generally the whole county, but it is a lot of low income mixed in with some others. Overall, the Hendersonville area is a fairly, it's a retirement community. A lot of people go there, and so it's a lot of white population in the county. It's also probably, I don't remember the number, but around 10% Hispanic, a lot of farm work. So that's why we're planting it right there, to give this school an opportunity to reach out to this poor population, to lower income people, the Hispanics, and any other minority that exists. The black population is fairly low in our area, but we'll have people that we will team to try to reach in our marketing of students to bring in. We've added Claudia, who is very Hispanic, if you could hear her speak. She speaks good English, but she has a heart for reaching those people, and there's just a lot of them. And from some of the comments from the reviewers, that's why we recently added her, that and the need for a legal person on our team, which we added this past week. That was Audrey that I introduced. Does that answer?
Yeah, did Hilda's questions come through?
Yes. So Hilda has questions about equity and how you will implement equity within your school. She has questions about increasing the interest in the school, how you will, have parent interest and student interest. She also has questions about what virtuous student entails, and how lectures will be an effective instructional strategy.
We are all about equal opportunity learning. We as the Flat Rock Classical Academy Board and Hillsdale College have no intention, I repeat, no intention to offer an elitist private school. Our desire is that every child from any and every socioeconomic background will be able to avail of this wonderful curriculum. I just returned 2 days ago from Hillsdale College, where I got to go through and have tour the Hillsdale Academy. That's kind of what we're building our school upon, and I'll be happy to leave you with this brochure and another one about K through 12 classical American education that Hillsdale offers. But I was just, I wanted to go back to school again, seeing all these precious children gathered around the flagpole, reciting the pledge, and a little third grader came out and recited a 3-minute poem. They're very big on memory work. Our children will learn phonics. They will learn to read. They will read, and they will read the great books, the great books. I think in the 8th grade they'll be, dicing the Odyssey. It was just a pleasure to be able to see that. They will learn grammar. They will absolutely learn grammar. We think grammar is very, very important. We're very happy with our Western tradition. There'll be things that they will learn about our heroes that will hopefully stay with them for the rest of their life, and whatever they choose to be. If they want to be a mother, if they want to be a plumber, if they want to be an aeronautical engineer or a doctor or a lawyer, they will have these wonderful tools that they've learned through this content-rich and character-building curriculum. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. There are several ways we will be able to judge and determine how successful we have been marketing our school. One, our students will perform well and above their peers in other public schools on the North Carolina end of grade tests. Number two, our students demonstrate the virtues we espouse. They act responsibly, treat each other with courtesy and respect, show courage in the face of challenge or failure, uphold honesty, even or especially after making a bad choice, and live as outstanding citizens of our school and their community. In addition, another way we will judge the success of our enrollment is the retention rate. If one child comes from a family and there are 2 more children that are coming up later, will they be enrolled in our school because the parents want them to be? Finally, in the long term, we will know if we've succeeded if our alumni are good citizens who contribute to their communities and have personally rewarding careers that provides financial security. Thank you.
I'm here to address how will we get these students in the different demographics and how will we have parent interest, student interest. Being 8 generations back in Henderson County, I know a lot of people, but one of the biggest populations that I'm close to, have a special rapport with, is the Hispanic population. My father owns a very, very large produce packing business in Mills River that employs hundreds of Hispanics. I know these families. They're like my family. I've grown up with them. I worked with them at the packing houses since I was little. These families want more for their children as well. I've talked to these families. I've talked to Claudia, who's one of our board members. These families feel like there is another option for them. They want a more rigorous education for their students, but they can't afford the private. So I know that we will have no problem getting them to support our school and have interest in our school. Also, I am part of the Junior Women's Club, so I work with the Boys and Girls Club of Hendersonville. I have relationships with these children that are, a lot of them, low economic status, also people of color, and I think that I can also get a lot of outreach there as well. And I know that the last thing is we've already been working on meet and greets that we're going to have with our community that's right outside our school. As Tricia said, we have low economic families right around the school facility. So we are going to have a meet and greet where we invite specifically those families, come see our facility, see what we can offer you. So I don't think we'll have a problem getting parent or student interest going on.
Other questions?
And I appreciate that answer. Hillsdale and Classical Academy have the perception or misperception that it is not all for all students, so I appreciate that answer. Your board is extremely talented, but you're not racially diverse. Do you have any plans to try to increase the racial diversity on your board?
It's really important to me as an educator that the staff and faculty of a school really mirrors the demographics of the students in the school. So we are going to intentionally make sure that we're recruiting a diverse group of faculty and staff to serve the diverse students that attend our school.
The question was about the board.
The board
The
diversity?
of the board, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
The question was about the diversity of the board.
Okay.
Were there any plans to?
They brought on, sorry.
So Claudia.
Yeah, you just brought on a Hispanic.
We
member of
did,
the
yes.
community? Okay.
And I would.
Isn't the demographics like 80% white?
In our community.
10% approximately Hispanic.
But the demographics in the neighborhood surrounding us looks very different than the county population.
Yeah. So we're down to 2 minutes. Couple of the questions that were tossed out there. We didn't see in the budget a social worker, guidance counselor. Did we miss that, or what's the plans for having that type of support system in place for students?
I don't have the budget in front of me, but I can assure you that if our school population is what we believe it will be, that we will provide the services that those students need to be successful and to support their families as well.
And in transportation, the plan is to provide 2 buses, cluster stops for about 90 students. Is that still the plan?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you know where those cluster stops will be going?
Sorry?
Do you know where the cluster stops will be going? Have you thought about
We
that
haven't
yet?
mapped them exactly yet. Our enrollment zone is about 5 elementary schools and the 1 Flat Rock Middle School, so it's one sector of the county. And so we will find locations that are good collection points for the students. I wish I could show you an aerial of our school site. So we are squarely in the middle of a residential neighborhood. And so I believe a lot of our students will be walking to school as well.
Okay, we are at time, so we'll bring it back to you for a closing statement. You have 10 minutes.
As we've expressed at the beginning, we believe that our community needs and wants our school. We've not formally begun our marketing campaign, and we already have interest equal to about half of our first-year enrollment. Parents in our area want options. We've heard that at the school board meetings, and our curriculum represents an option that is not currently available in our area. Our partnership with Hillsdale will set us up for success with our curriculum. They're going to begin the training of the school leader very early. They're going to provide that beginning year of professional development. They will also visit our school during the first year for additional professional development, and they will provide access to this network of teachers and leaders from the affiliated network. We believe that just in the first year alone, this is going to save us between $80,000 and $100,000. Since our application was filed, we've nearly doubled the number of interested families, and we still have nearly 2 years to go. We've added board members who bring knowledge and experience that complement our team. We're establishing relationship with future donors who will help ensure that we have outstanding facilities. That's not something we actually spoke to, but one of our board members is an expert in fundraising. There are a lot of affluent people in the surrounding area who are very excited about our school and who have made a commitment to help us financially. They're just waiting for our 501c3 application to be approved. We are a deeply committed group of citizens who believe that the best way to improve our community is to invest in the education of our children. We're willing to give of our time and resources to this school to bring it to fruition and accomplish our mission of developing students in mind and character through a rigorous, classical, content-rich curriculum that emphasizes academic fundamentals, virtuous living, and civic responsibility. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Or do you have more to add?
Add a little bit, since we've got a little time, right?
You do.
This board has, every one of them, I believe, has attended a Hillsdale member school in Atlanta. There are 2 different facilities there that we've visited at 2 different times, and they were just incredible walking through the hallways and seeing children going between classes, orderly, happy. We walked into classes that were operating, and the children were obedient, attentive, and seemed to be very excited to be there. My understanding is that Hillsdale promotes a strong, and we will be promoting a strong relationship between the parents and the teachers and the children. So it won't be, as the concern is, that we would be that there would be a teacher just mouthing instructions all day without there's dialogue encouraged between the teacher and the student. So, and bringing that home to the family. Many times in the Hispanic communities, I was understood this from Claudia. It's very common after a day of school, you go home and you sit around the table and you talk about it and discuss the things you've learned. And that's part of what this school does, a big part of it. Anything else anyone like to say that didn't? Anyone else? Shelley?
This gives a very good idea about the Hillsdale Academy and K-12 education. If you all would like to avail of it, I'll be glad to give it to you.
You can leave them with the Office of Charter Schools. And you can leave them with the Office of Charter Schools. And
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have 10 minutes of deliberation amongst ourselves. This is going to be discussion, just so you know, between us. We may ask us a direct question, but unless we ask you a direct question, this discussion will remain just amongst CSAB members. So, would anyone like to start?
Yeah, I will. I mean, it's a super strong board, and it's a self-aware board. They recognized that they needed someone that could do outreach to the Hispanic community, and they went and got someone. I like the model. I think it's a strong application, and yeah, I'm grateful to start seeing some of the Hillsdale model schools make their way into North Carolina.
Are there any other Hillsdale model schools here now?
There was one that got a charter, right? And they're having the Cabarrus one, Dogwood.
Oh, Dogwood, yeah.
Yeah. And they got a charter, but they haven't opened it. Okay. Yeah, the Barney model nationwide is incredible, and I actually respect this board. Also very diverse in what their background is, and I'm glad they brought on a Hispanic person as well for that community. But Hillsdale does not just throw around their name with these type of things, and so I actually respect them for not including that in here in their application, so they knew for certain that they got it. And I think it speaks volumes to the type of board and type of vision that they have for doing this. And I know that there were some concerns last year with some of the type of the curriculum that Dogwood might have had, but I'm going through their what they have submitted, and I mean they touch on every demographic, from Japanese history to Native American history to English, African American, and then you got some of the great science minds, Marie Curie. I just think it's very well-rounded what they're offering here, and the fact that they're going into a Hispanic community as well, purposely to offer this type of opportunity to students, speaks volumes about what this board's vision is and what the direction they're really trying to help their area around. And so I think this is a very solid application and a very well thought out application as well.
I would agree. I think that's well put, both of those comments. I heard Dr. Hunsater say that this is the most important work of her entire career. And I think that's saying something for someone who's worked for her accomplishments and had a distinguished academic career as well as otherwise. And it is a strong board, and they bring quite a diverse set of backgrounds. And I do think that, wow, the partnership of providing this type of professional development and leadership training and curriculum is a very strong support that gives them a great opportunity for success.
Yeah, I would echo all of that. I will say I sit here this morning yearning to have a little bit more time to ask some additional questions specific to the budget. I think that there's some things in the budget that I don't think the dollar amounts support the plan that's written in the actual application. I'll give an example of that. I'm wanting to know more about transportation. They talk about buying 2 buses. When I look at the yearly budget in terms of what they put in to lease or purchase those buses, along with gas and talking about gas cards to give to parents, I'm running the math through my head and it doesn't add up. If they're talking about buses for each bus running a 25-mile route, that's 50 miles a day. There's some questions I have there about the amount in the transportation budget. 2 buses, but there's only 1 person, a half-time person in the transportation staff part of the budget. So that, again, it's just questions I have about the budget. Similarly around amount of money put into technology as well. These are things probably that I'm just saying they're going to need to really rethink and look harder at in terms of does the budget support the actual plan that they wrote. I don't see in there a school counselor. I see in personnel some exceptional education staff. I think it was at 1.5 or 3. Yeah, exceptional children's teachers 1.5. Teacher assistants are in there. I don't see an academic interventionist is not a line item that's filled out
until year 2.
So again, I could dive into numerous examples here. I just think there's some fine tuning on this budget and relooking at this budget that needs to be looked at.
A couple of comments. One is the board seems to me to be a very strong board. One of the things that I like about the board is you have a mix of, and I guess they have a mix, direct this where we need to direct it. They have a mix of business people who are likely to help guide the business operations of the enterprise, and educators and former educators on the board. And with regard to the budget, a budget is, at this point, it's always unclear how close the budget is going to come to reality, I guess. But one question I would have is, you mentioned the possibility of raising money. Is any of that in your budget now? So that would that just be additional funds? You want an answer? Yes, thank you.
There's a $60,000 annual contribution mentioned, but it was not calculated in our budget. We still had a surplus with that of approximately $150,000 on year 1. So, and that also does not include the approximately, was it $80,000 we had for professional development that we did not know we were going to be chosen by Hillsdale to receive that gift, but that will come out. We will have that much more to compensate for additional social workers as needs may require. The buses, what our man Rick right there had searched out through the busing organization is that you can get 2 used buses at the end of their cycle that will be still maintained for $10,000 for 2. So I think we're okay on that. We'll look for a deal, whatever we have to, but we do have a lot of people who've shown a lot of interest and a lot of people with a good bit of money. It frustrates our marketing person here, Rick, to not be able to say, all right, they've been asking, who do we write the check out to? He says, just wait a minute. Let's get our charter lined up. Let's get our 501c3 lined up, and then you can start writing the checks. But there are a lot of people interested in that.
I certainly appreciate that. I think that it would be good to have some sort of MOU if it was possible, since we do know that that money's coming out, and I'm sure it is. I think this is an extremely strong board. Very impressed with your presentation. Again, I just think that we really haven't spent enough time to answer some of the questions. And in your application, you say, we already understand that many of our families might be sacrificing transportation, school lunch, robust athletic programs. again, I support classical education. I support, we have some successful schools. The misperception of that is we don't reach all students, and I think we need to get some better answers on how you're going to be intentional in making sure that all students, no matter what their economic situation is reached, and how you intend to do it. I'd like to see them come back for a second interview myself. But excellent board, great presentation, thank you.
Comments from those that are on the remotely today from CSAB members?
This is Cheryl. I have to say that I'm much more comfortable with this application with the Hillsdale partnership than I was with the one that we had previously. I do think this is a very, very strong board. I would like to see them increase their Hispanic level of number of Hispanics on the board, given the number of Hispanic students they expect, because that puts a lot of pressure on one person. I support this application. I'm also comfortable with, with other people still have other questions and would like for them to come back. There were a couple of things that I would like to have known more about, but they aren't things that would cause me to not support the application.
This is Shelley. I 100% agree with what Cheryl said. I feel like I can support this application at this time. However, if we do decide for them to come back, my questions would be along the line of the budget.
Jamie, go ahead.
I don't know if this is for, if there's a motion, or if I'll just say it now. Just a few things. When I speak, one about the school support staff. Just statewide, nationwide, we have major gaps and issues, especially in our rural communities, getting school psychologists, nurses, and we're trying to develop plans to help do that, not just getting them in the schools, but getting the training and all that type of stuff done. And a lot of this is done, especially out in the west and the far east, is a lot of it's done with contractual work. So if it's not in the budget with a specific FTE, I don't want to hold that against them. I know that they're going to do what's best for their students, and if they have to contract that work, I would assume that they would do that. But with the Hispanic population, in a previous life of mine, I helped run the Hispanic Outreach Task Force here through the state board, and this is more just encouragement to you all. We really there's always a disparity with the Hispanic population getting into charter schools, and there's many issues with that. But the two biggest ones, and this is nationwide too, is that Hispanics don't understand the concept of charter school because you can't define charter in the Spanish language. And a lot of times in Hispanic communities, they think that a charter school means, it's only for the rich kids, or it's only for the smart kids, or it's a school that's for troubled children. And so I really, if this passes today, I really challenge you all to really get to that Hispanic community, to explain to them what a charter school is, and explain to them that this is an opportunity for all students, not just specific students. And we need to do a better job of that at the state level. But if the fact that you all are already embedding yourselves in this type of community, and I assume that you're already having these conversations, is to really work on that, and that will drive up. And I know there was I think it was in Rutherford County or somewhere else, where they, down a couple counties over from you, where all they did was they showed up to the Hispanic churches and Hispanic outreaches, and they doubled, then tripled their Hispanic population within 2 years. So it's just getting out there, doing the networking, and I really challenge you all to do this, because this is a huge opportunity for all North Carolina students. And I really hope we vote this through and let them start the process so they get their funding and their grants and other things.
So this is our time right now. That's okay. We are up against time as well. As a reminder to CSAB members, we have basically a few options here. We can vote to move them on to state board for approval. We could ask them to come back for a second interview in front of us if we have additional questions that we feel are strong enough that would sway you voting one way or the other. And then the third option would be to deny their application at this time. So since it is time, I'll ask if any CSAB member would like to make a motion.
I would like to move that we forward the application with a recommendation that a charter be granted.
Okay, so we have a motion to move them forward to the state board.
A second?
You have a second. Any discussion? I will say that I'll support that motion. I will say that I do think there's some work that needs to be done on this budget. And it may be work that, you might want to consider doing now, because I would just share that from my experiences, if you don't, then in year one, you're going to realize you're inadequate in certain areas of where you funded, whether it's transportation, technology, and that's just from experience. So those would be the questions. I think as Ms. Bullard indicated, that if we brought them back for a second interview, it was going to be mostly budget related, and mine is the same. I agree with you that you don't always know what personnel you need until your students are in front of you. That is true. You don't always know if you're going to contract that work out versus do it in-house. But either way, you got to have the budget line item for it. And in some cases that I'm not seeing that in the budget. So I'm just going to say I'm going to vote for this motion with the recommendation that the board looks strongly at working with their partner in looking at some of these budget line items.
I still have concerns. I think you're going to have a great school. I think the school's going to do well. Your board is extremely impressive. I think you need to overcome the perception that your school is for all students in Hendersonville. I will support this motion, but because, again, you just need to be very intentional. The woman back there talked about you want your school to be for all kids. I know that's what you want. Does the community know that's what you want? Do the people that are in the EDS population, in other races, do they know that that's what you want? You're going to have to communicate that. I think you have the potential to do that. I would have preferred a little more conversation on how you intend to do that, but I trust that you will do that.
Last opportunity for comments here for those in person or online. Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Ashley, would you like to do a roll call vote?
Yes. Terry Stoops?
Aye.
John Eldridge? He's absent. Bruce Friend?
Aye.
Rita Hare?
Aye.
Hilda Parlay?
Approved.
Shelley Bullard?
Aye.
Cheryl Turner?
Aye.
Todd Godby?
Aye.
Dave Machado?
Aye.
Bart Danielson?
Aye.
All right, this passes unanimously. Our office will be in touch with you about next steps. We will most likely bring this recommendation to the state board probably in January, around January, but we will be in touch, okay? Congratulations.
Congratulations. Yes. Okay, our next interview with Riverside is scheduled for 11:30. Are they here?
Yes, they're here.
Okay, why don't we take 15 minutes and start at 11:15, if that works for everybody.
Okay, we will reconvene at 11:15. For those of you remote, we'll be back at 11:15.
And Ashley and Mr. Chair, I'm recusing from Riverside.
Okay, thank you, Hilda. I'll put that.
You didn't hear me in the beginning. Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna go sit there.
Yes, it is. Very nice to meet
Shh. Victoria, stop it.
Yeah, it's just.
Thanks. I think
Oh, she emailed and said she's not.
Yeah,
she emailed us. Oh, you well, she's gone too.
And I think they underestimate.
I have mine to look, if you don't mind.
Yeah, that counts.
Look there yourself.
This was in Tennessee.
Those are the three that I was on.
Oh, yeah.
So we had all of your most of it, which is our, and somebody a year or so ago, to have the paperwork and jail to so we had to go find it. We found, we had multiple, but we found, we had to redo all the paperwork. So hopefully that's fine.
So this was something that y'all, this was something that was tried last year.
There's another group that wanted to use this curriculum, but they've had their issues. One thing is that they bought a building. They bought a building at an auction. They came in and were like, no. Is there snack? Well, they need to know that. They're really kind of critical for that calculation. And it's so, I wish the state would do that. It frustrates me because especially when you get to the group like it just seems like twice as rare. There are twice as many Hispanics in traditional America. They're confused about processes. And I really do appreciate it. You sign up for a enrolled kid in homeschool. And you resolve that. You go to traditional, there's a charter school, and you go to salary. Let them know all of it instead of just saying you have to go to school.
They find out what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
That's why they use it.
Totally fine. Yeah, let me check. Well, look at, that's probably it. Yeah, oh yeah.
I was suffering this morning, 4 questions here. 2 of the questions. I did, yeah. One was right now. But, yeah, so we said if you could choose a school, for your child, but it didn't offer transportation, over 60% of the units said it did not. I think that's what we were talking about, people out in Arizona, Arizona, they have 6 schools that are chartered, like, the entire district is chartered. And, they were telling, even out there, like, to explain what charter is in Hispanic language, because if it word doesn't exist. And so you really have to, you really have to have, yeah.
I was just looking at that more, they're gonna get the budget figured out.
Yeah, I think so too. I think, you're
And
right.
they're not paying that, so, $2 million a year. So,
I always wanted to not have to. All right. The budget that my school had in year 1, that was the reality budget versus what you're saying, the charter, which is very different.
absolutely.
I'm okay with it being different from the perspective of, hey, we reassessed and we realized that gas is gonna cost more, this is gonna cost more. Where I get concerned is how we make it sometimes, and this wasn't because it was just overtly deliverance.
Yes.
You don't need to
I hide behind Dan. It's like we're all human.
So quiet, man. They a lot of the members of that minority.
No, I was just talking about that. I'm not trying to do it. We had $12,000 a year in fee. 2 buses, $6,000 in bus. That's 500 miles a week. You're gonna have enough gas in the budget to house these kids for 2 years. What about the other 40? Or whatever, the other 40.
Right,
Yeah, they'll figure that stuff out. Yeah. Yeah, it's when you get something that happens that just we didn't even want.
So the young lady whose father had several hundred
Yeah,
he's the one that's donated to school property. Because what I was interested in, sort of stuff my research about was, does the guy who's donating this building feel a lot of the end of the year? Or that he does.
Yeah.
So, doesn't have to be particularly. His best interest. Family education, right there.
They did write some.
Not that I'm saying he isn't.
No, yeah, sure.
But it's a.
Well, if you're gonna,
It'll be self-serving.
if you wanna sell the other parcels of land that you have, that people are gonna generate revenue for the area, you have to have the workers that do the job. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's their. I mean, I wrote some. Uh, 24. Nice.
No way. That rule. Fire.
Jim, about time.
But who sent that? Michael Mark.
I don't have quite most of these numbers saved.
He'll be coaching Oklahoma next year.
Nebraska. That's what it's saying. I read somewhere that, I never wanted him to begin with. But they said what they spent on Cam Newton last year, they could have bought him out twice last year. Yeah. Because Cam Newton made like $89 million to play like half the season.
I really think Pepper is really the only one who won it.
Yeah,
First one.
yeah, I don't.
I mean, so it's,
I'm almost convinced that Tepper is now trying to take the Panthers so he can move them to another state.
Bruce, I haven't been able to reach Cheryl.
Okay.
Supposed to be here at 9:30. You see my sophisticated note-taking system? But you have students who do better than that. So student notes in there.
It's a gentleman.
so.
Stop, please. Don't waste time with the second interview.
All right, I'm gonna start it up in 1 second.
You know, because. Yeah. Right.
So that's why.
we're streaming now? Okay. We are back on.
All right, good morning. Our next applicant is Riverside Leadership Academy. And so we do have their board here today. We have Miss Amy Hobgood, Ms. Siobhan Brewer, Mr. Damian Perez, and then I believe there's Miss D. Taylor that's online. So just to recap, Riverside, you'll be given an hour. I'll do a 5-minute snapshot followed by your 10-minute introduction statement, and then CSAB will discuss. You'll make a 10-minute closing statement, followed by the deliberation by CSAB. So yep, we are all the way points east. Our easternmost applicant today is Riverside Leadership Academy in Craven County. We have their mission statement here. They're focused on project-based learning. In year 1, serving grade K through 7 with 480 students, rounding out in year 5 with grades K-11 at 720 students. At capacity, year 6, fully K-12 with 780 students. Riverside Leadership is prepared to discuss their nutrition plans and their transportation plans today. They will use a weighted lottery, and their facilities are slated for either 28560 or 28562 in Craven County. And their application was deemed complete by the Office of Charter Schools. They are not a repeat applicant. And in terms of charter schools footprints, there is not a charter school in Craven County. So this would be the first if approved. There are 26 traditional LEA schools in Craven County, and it looks like about 12,226 students was the final ADM for Craven, according to the statistical profile published by DPI. And so you'll actually can take a look at some of their subgrouping and their enrollment projections that they put in their application. So you'll see there that representation, comparing it to the LEA of Craven County there. So again, the applicant represented in blue, the LEA in gray. And so you can take note to the economically disadvantaged students with disabilities and the English learners there, etc. So you can browse that at your leisure. And then we have their zip code map. Again, there are no charters in Craven, but about 24 traditional LEA schools. And I believe that concludes my introduction. I will allow Ms. Hobgood the floor and begin your 10-minute introduction.
Good morning, board. My name is Amy Hobgood, and I am the board chair for Riverside Leadership Academy. We are excited to share our vision of Riverside Leadership Academy with you today. Through project-based learning, we plan to develop community-focused leaders that thrive from meaningful connections with others. I am currently serving as a director of a successful project-based learning charter school in the Triangle area. But more importantly, I am the parent of 2 grown children that had the privilege to attend that project-based learning school. My children would have been considered what you would say at both ends of their learning spectrum. My son being EC and my daughter being AIG. Project-based learning allowed both of my children to be successful in school and after school. My son is currently a firefighter in the city of Durham, and my daughter is currently attending school to become a school teacher. I am also a native of Craven County, and my family still lives in that area. I graduated many years ago from Havelock High School. I believe that the families in Craven and Carteret counties, as well as any surrounding areas, should be afforded the same opportunity as the students in the Triangle area. It is my goal to share the experience that I have leading a charter school, their expansion, their accreditation, and their charter renewal to ensure that students in the Craven County area will have that same chance. I will now turn it over to Ms. Siobhan Brewer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Siobhan Brewer. I'm a resident of Craven County. I worked in Craven County schools for 11 years as an English and theater arts instructor. I have 16 years of experience in education in North Carolina. Currently, I serve as an English instructor and faculty onboarding specialist at Lenoir Community College. When I was in Craven County Schools, from 2006 to 2017, I worked at West Craven High School, where I taught English and theater arts, and I worked at the Early College in Havelock, where I taught English and started their theater arts program. Currently, I'm in my second year of my doctoral program in higher education at UNCW. I completed my community college leadership certificate there in August of 2023. I also serve in many capacities in the community in Craven County. I'm currently a member of the Educational Youth Committee at New Bern Civic Theater. I'm a former Board of Directors member at Rivertown Players. Most importantly, I'm a parent of a second grader and a preschool student in Craven County. And I'm here because I want this opportunity for my kids and other kids in Craven County schools. I'm very excited about the program that we are offering to students in Craven County. I love that we are an advocate of the arts. I love that we are offering authentic project-based learning, and I'm so excited for what we have to offer for our students. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Damian Perez, and I serve as treasurer for the Riverside Leadership Academy. I am a 20-year veteran, retired from the Air Force after serving 20 plus years in aviation maintenance and operations. Upon my retirement, I've also did some time as a real estate broker in charge for two major companies in the North Carolina areas. Before started taking my stint in education, where I currently serve. I am currently Director of Operations and School Culture for a small charter school located in Lee County. I have been with them since the beginning. We are currently going into our 5th year of operation. I am very passionate about project-based learning. I am very passionate about student education. I am a lifelong learner myself, earning my graduate degree in operations and project management. It is my pleasure to bring this to the students as I see these kind of skills being needed in the 21st century and in all industries out there right now. I serve on the board for North Carolina Project Management Institute, which also does outreach to local nonprofits and schools with the project management skills that closely collaborates with project-based learning. So thank you for your time, and I hope you enjoy our vision.
Good morning. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning. My name is Dee Taylor. I apologize that I can't be there in person today. On Mondays, I actually have a talk show that's called Parent Talk right here in Craven County. I am a resident of Craven County, have been for the past 10 years. I also am a senior director working in capital investment. I have a 15-year-old daughter that had started at the elementary schools here in Craven County, along with going up to the middle school, and then now currently enrolled in our high schools. I've been very involved in our schools from the time that my daughter was in elementary school. I've served in different capacities on different PTO boards. I've also been involved in different athletic clubs within the school. And I've also participated in a board that helped Craven County Public Schools give input and feedback on what the graduates of Craven County should look like when they graduate high school from Craven County. And I worked on that project specifically with the superintendent of Craven County. I believe in public schools, but I also believe that there should be a choice. And I know what the gaps are in Craven County by living here, by being so involved, and by having my daughter that is in the school system right now. I know what the gaps are. I thoroughly believe that project-based learning is one of those gaps that Corbin County is missing. And I feel that Riverside Leadership Academy could definitely offer the education, the curriculum, just that community-based focus and culture that this county is looking for. I'm extremely excited to be a part of this and look forward to all of the different opportunities that this academy could bring.
Okay. Is Cheryl going to lead, or do you want me to handle this, Ashley?
No, I can. I just couldn't. I need you to be my eyes. Like I couldn't tell when they were done.
All yours,
All right.
Cheryl. Yep.
Thank you very much. If this is the time that we have to bring out any questions that we may have. So if you could take notes, we'll list all the questions, and then if you could take notes and be available to respond. I can start with questions. I have a couple. Some concerns about the starting ADM. I think 480 kids is really, really ambitious. Concerns about the 10 hours of mandatory voluntary hours and how that will be managed. What happens if a parent actually can't do that? Question about the lunch. It said that they were working with a company that was going to provide vendors and that students would be able to order online. Then it said for free and reduced lunch kids that the meals would be contracted with a vendor. Are those the same meals, or are the free and reduced lunch kids getting something different? And then on the budget, what's included in the operational support that costs $166,000, and in your what's included in financial that costs $143,000? The floor is open for anybody else who may have questions.
Yeah, I have just a question about the board. It's a small board. I wondered if they had plans to recruit additional board members, and if so, whether those board members have been identified, and what their vision is for having a board that's able to support a school of this size.
Yeah, this is Bruce.
Yeah.
Actually have that question as well as the one, Cheryl, you identified in the budget about operational support and financial support. I'd like to get an update, or kind of if there is an update on facilities as well. I don't know if I call it a concern. I'll just throw it out there. I commend them for a project-based learning approach. I think that's wonderful. It's what our students need. But that also entails a great deal of professional development for your staff to be able to teach in that model. And I just wondered if the $30,000 of professional development is going to be enough in that first year.
I'd like to know, is anybody on the board planning on working for the school that doesn't know?
Details of the budget, I'd also like for them to address the technology budget. Very, very low numbers to provide any type of device, software, etc. for students.
Any other questions? Okay, well, then would you like to address some of those for us, please?
Hi, this is Dee. I can take one of the ones about the school board and it being a very small board. We actually did have another school board member that was a part of Craven County to try to keep it local and certainly have a focus on those that live here in the community. And she actually did a lot of work and was a great asset. She chose to step down just recently, and she did that because her plate was just very full, which I commend her for taking the route of stepping down before really going into this realizing that it's going to take a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of effort and, a lot of passion to get this done. We do have another member of the county that has been identified and actually going through the interview currently. We just did not want to bring her to this platform because she is so very new, but we do realize that we do need another person to help lift such a large project. So we are definitely working towards that.
So is the goal 5 board members?
It actually, 5 to 6. I mean, I think that we're open to try to look at, additional people that may have a specific skill set. As Damien mentioned, he's the treasurer. I'm actually the secretary. Shabbat is vice. And then, of course, Amy is president. But I think that anyone who may have some additional skill sets along with the passion and the time that it would take, we would certainly be open to that.
Before we leave that question, I'd like to ask the chair, Amy Hopgood, would you address that as well? I'd like to hear your perspective on your board membership.
Yes, ma'am. We ideally would like to increase our board membership. We have 2 board members that have to operate remotely, and the other are in Craven County, located in Craven County. Ideally, we would like to have at least one more in addition to the one that has been interviewed but not yet voted in by the board, to help manage this project in general. Ideally, according to feedback that as a charter school leader that we've received in the past, is it's ideal to have anywhere between 7 and 9 board members. So, but it can't just be anyone. It has to be someone that can bring some support to this project.
Right. So are there particular areas of expertise that you're looking for to bring on?
We would love to have some legal expertise on our board. We do have a great deal of financial and project management expertise, as well as educational. So that would be great. So if you know anyone, let us know.
Thank you.
What about the question Mr. Machado asked about, are there plans for current board members to actually then work for the school if you get open?
No, sir. Would you like me to continue to address some of the other questions while I'm here? Okay. So one of the questions was about the mandatory parent involvement hours. So I think that it's really important to understand the word involvement as compared to the word volunteer. We are looking for parents to be involved in their students' education, so this can look lots of different ways. It could be that you're coming into the school to volunteer in your child's classroom or to volunteer on a field trip, but being involved doesn't always mean volunteering. So participating in a PTA meeting, attending a parent-teacher conference, coming to a Title I curriculum night, all of those are ways for parents to earn involvement hours. So then the next question is, well, what happens if they don't? Well, they're just encouraged and supported. That's what happens. They're encouraged and supported to find ways for them to be involved in their child's education. There's so much research out there that we can share with parents about how important their involvement is in their child's education, and the ultimate beneficiary of that is the child himself. So we are looking for parent involvement, and it can look like volunteering, but it can also look lots of other ways as well. The other question was for free and reduced lunch students, they would be receiving the same meals. We have a complete and total understanding of the importance of maintaining confidentiality of that information, and so all students would be receiving the same meals. In regards to our technology budget, we are not looking for a one-to-one technology plan. We are looking to grow our technology over the years. Our initial technology budget would be consisting of Chromebooks. Chromebooks typically are about $350 each, and when you buy in bulk, you can even get a discount. But they would be placed in the classrooms for day use. So we would have a day use program. Students would be able to check out the device in the morning and turn it in the afternoon. We would also have availability for students needing to use any type of technology after school. But we would not, Craven County is a rural area. We would not be requiring students to complete homework online, as not all areas would be able to connect successfully to the internet. Another question asked was about the PD budget for PBL. Once approved, if approved, we would be considered a North Carolina public school, which would give us access to the NCAT PBL training, which would cost less than $500 for our entire staff to be trained. The PBL NCAT training is a year-long training for PBL. It's very comprehensive, and it is self-paced for the staff. Having participated in it myself, I can vouch for the fact that it covers all of your basic components of project-based learning while guiding you through your first stab at it, so to speak. So it will guide them through creating their first projects and going through that process as staff members. The other question was about the operational and financial support budget. So we would be partnering with Charter Success Partners. With that particular group, we would have a whole back office support staff, which would include our chief financial officer, finance support, our SIS team, our technology support person, and I'm sure I'm forgetting one. Oh, and our legal counsel as well. And I will turn it over to Siobhan to discuss our ADM.
As we start, we are looking at starting at 480 students, which does seem a little ambitious, I agree. However, there is a vast need for choice in Craven County. Not just Craven County, but some of the surrounding areas as well, which I think we noted in our application, some surrounding counties that we would be targeting to join. In Craven County, we have students who are currently traveling out of the county to attend charter schools in Pamlico and private schools outside of our county. So offering something locally, I think, would make a huge impact. And I do think that the desire is there. We also, the board member that we are looking to bring on, her background is in marketing, and she is very well known in our community through her work with the theater, and she currently does all of their kind of finance and brings in grants and those types of things. So I think the 480, when it seems kind of ambitious, really the need is honestly there. And being in the community, being a former teacher, spoken with many teachers who would love this opportunity for their children. I actually got a phone call today just asking, hey, how's it going? What's going on with this? Can you tell me more? So hopefully I can when we're done. But, and that's just kind of, it's there. The desire is out there. I've been contacted by multiple people. I think Dee can speak to that as well, for the parents and the students in Craven County.
Hello. I'd like to piggyback on some of the concerns to make sure that we've covered your guys' questions extensively. The parent the parent engagement hours, the parent involvement really can take some different avenues in what it looks like. It doesn't all have to be in person, present. I have been a part of other charter schools where we've kind of opened it up to some different involvement, even to the point where some of our family members helped with something as simple as coordinating something online, creating lists, website marketing for different fundraisers, and that could count as well. So it doesn't always have to be on campus, and it looks in various different ways to help our parents get involved. Let's see. The lunch vendors, so one of the particular things we look at is not to differentiate and not to kind of single out. So our vendors, we will be using the same vendors for our free and reduced lunch. They're not marked differently. They are the same exact lunches that the other kids would be getting. So when it's handed out, it's not like we're identifying them to their peers. The ADM, I agree, as Siobhan was saying, is aggressive, but we're kind of modeling this off of previous success that we've had in other counties, in other charter schools. As I said, I belong to a charter school in Lee County. We're going into our 5th year of operation, and I've been there since the beginning, so I understand a lot of the struggles, as well as Ms. Hobgood does. A lot of the struggles that come with creating a charter school, a lot of the difficulties that may come up that we have to adjust for. But we do believe that this is a solid plan that we can make work. Professional development, we mentioned NCAP, but also weighing in on some of our in-house expertise as well as our partnership with Charter Success Partners to create that professional development. It's my personal belief that project-based learning isn't just a set curriculum you can buy, but more of a mindset that we've got to teach our staff to implement, that we teach our students to work within. So a lot of that we can kind of do in-house too, and I plan on personally being involved with because I enjoy that. And let's see. I believe that answers all the questions. We can follow up with some more specifics.
Two follow-ups.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
First off, the parent involvement hours. What if a parent doesn't participate? Because it says in here that it's required.
Required, I think, so when we have the parent engagement.
It says must be in service to their child's education.
Right.
So.
And taking into account our whole community aspect, it's maybe doing some outreach, it's providing and getting our parent advisory council to maybe do some outreach, talk with the family and see where they're at on their challenges and why they're not participating. But we're talking something as simple as curriculum night, open house. If they're involved in that, they're going to accumulate some hours, and then we can work with them. So that really isn't a need to say that it's not going to be done in a sense. I'd like to just personally get involved with the community and say this is where you can get involved, or at least be involved in your child's curriculum night and that kind of stuff.
But maybe I'm belaboring this, but what I mean, there we do have some parents that are very active in their child's education.
Yes.
There's others that they got their work and they drop their kids off and they gotta go to work.
Yes.
And they're not able to. And they might work multiple jobs. So there's never gonna be a situation where you would. I guess
there's no consequences.
There's no consequences. Yeah. Okay. So I like the concept, but when it says must, that means that you're required to do something, which I don't know if you can legally require the parent to do that. So
I understand your perspective on that with the terminology of must and I guess pending consequences of such. I would say more of we're just being encouraging, and I think just in my own previous experience in a few charter schools I've been in, it's more of letting the families understand that there's different ways that they can contribute. One of them being, as a parent myself of 5 kids, understand that when schools ask for volunteer, you're like, I just don't have the time. But opening it up to saying these are the various different ways that you can, and it doesn't necessarily mean another night of having to go do something, that you can go ahead and participate.
That's good. My other one was about professional development. I saw that you discussed science of reading in here. Now maybe you will get lucky and have somebody who's already gone through the science of reading training that's been paid for by the state, but if not, it's several $1,000s per person, and it's the ongoing professional development. I might have missed it when I was looking at the budget. I didn't see specifically with that, and that's very heavy, in-depth, and intense training. So, and science of reading training is very specific. It's not just you're learning phonics. So, do you have a plan for that?
So fortunately, charter schools have been afforded the opportunity to participate in the letters training. So we are hopeful that that will continue and that new charter schools will be afforded slots in that training as well.
So that money is, unless the General Assembly appropriates more money, which we're hopeful, but I think that the plan was that the schools of education would do that at the at our education prep or your school's event. So
right.
I wouldn't bank on it, but I'm hopeful that they are. So I would.
If not, unfortunately, a $22,000 science of reading training would not be in our budget, and we would have to lean on those that have been trained to guide us, but we would not be able to do the $22,000 training from year one.
Do you have plans for, and maybe it's part of your personnel budget, and I'm going through this myself, that you train your staff on what project-based learning is, how to implement it with fidelity in the classroom, and everyone gets trained, and then it's day 96, and what's really happening in that math classroom, what's really happening in that social studies classroom. So do you have plans in place or personnel in mind that will truly sustain this throughout the culture and expectation of this is how teaching and learning happens at our school? Do you have people who will be working with your teachers throughout the school year, or is it more of a, okay, everyone got trained on it and hopefully they're doing it the day you walk in the room to evaluate them?
So I have experienced that myself, especially when COVID hit. We had to do a PBL reboot after that, after being in a situation where students weren't permitted to collaborate face-to-face. So it's definitely an issue that many schools see. The plan would be to have teacher leaders on each grade level team that would guide that, and those leaders would meet together for further professional development and collaborating with other schools that are also project-based learning schools to get ideas, doing site visits, visiting classrooms, and seeing what it can look like in a model school. Our goal, however, would be that so project-based learning is how you do business. It's not necessarily a curriculum or something that you can give them a book and say, here, go do this. It's how you teach, and it's how students learn. So truly people have to see it to understand the quality that it brings to a child's education. So I think that seeing is believing, and once teachers can see it and experience it, then it will, in my experience, start to snowball and more people get on board. Your first year, you're not going to see a perfect project-based learning experience happening in each classroom, but the best way to learn is to fail at it that first time and figure it out from there.
Do you have, what will be your, say, base curriculum, your base math reading, or is this going to be all teacher-generated curriculum?
So as far as resources for teachers, we will use the iReady system to help evaluate students, and through that using the teacher toolbox to guide instruction for reading and math. We will also have the Ready Math curriculum for grades K-8, and then of course once you get into middle school, the ELA curriculum would be the teacher generated. Novel studies when appropriate, just depending on which grade level you're discussing.
I'd like to go back and revisit a couple of things with a follow-up. You have a lot of dollars in your personnel, I see, from day one for EC teachers, and then 6 assistants. You have a school psychologist, military liaison, dean of curriculum, and a school counselor. So there's a lot of funding has been put into the support that you need, and that's commendable. I still have concerns about the operation dollars and your comment, and I know that you are running a K-12 school, right? So you understand the budget and how to obtain resources. But your technology budget for your students at $50,000 would buy 142 of the Chromebooks you described when you have 480 students. So I don't have an understanding of how that's going to work. for you. If the school goes forward, we just have to trust that, you know, you have a plan and that you'll be able to purchase what you need. To just continue on that, I don't see the interest also put forth. I know that we're 2 years out, but on the community interest, parent interest, there were 42 responses when we're looking at 480 for that ADM that someone mentioned earlier. So that seems lean. The interest seems lean right now at this point. And I think the board expertise and the kinds of resources and support that your board members will bring is also lean. So I have some concerns about that. If anyone else wants to address it, or if you want to address it, just wanted to express those concerns.
Before you do, and I appreciate you bringing that up, because I did have similar thoughts, but one of the questions I have in addition to the survey is, I mean, when you send out a survey, are you interested in a charter school? People who take the survey are by default usually the ones that answer yes. Looks like you've done some community outreach events. There was like one at a park, and so like what's the participation rate been? I mean, are parents showing up? Are you getting 20 parents showing up, 200 parents showing up?
Well, we were at events that were already in existence, so we kind of piggybacked on those and caught people as they were walking by. I would say that one of the challenges that we have right now in Craven County is understanding the role of a charter school. When you're starting a charter school in a county that doesn't have any in existence, it's going to take us a little bit more time to educate our community on what it means to be a charter school, and that it is a free education and is not a private school. So I do think that we will have to do some town hall meetings and try to get into some local churches and neighborhoods to educate folks before they will be willing to sign their name on an interest form. But I do see the potential there, and do not, I don't hesitate with our board makeup right now, with the strengths that we have on the board, to be able to properly educate that community.
So Cheryl,
go ahead. I have some concerns. You have a very capable board. However, two of you are full-time running another school, and that's going to continue to take a good portion of your time. I'm concerned about, with the small board that you have, being able to do what it's going to take to find almost 500 students.
We're fortunate to partner with Charter Success, who also handles our marketing, so they will be supporting us in that endeavor and helping to do our print materials and set up some public engagements for us.
And Cheryl, just I know you're not in the room with us. We are up against time, so just throwing it out to you.
All right. Thank you very much. This is our opportunity now to discuss. Oh, no, wrong. This is your opportunity to do your closing statement. You have how many minutes for closing statement?
10.
You have 10 minutes for your closing statement.
Riverside Leadership Academy will offer an opportunity for Craven County students to have an educational experience that is not currently available to them at this time. As parents and educators, this board is committed to meeting the needs of Craven County. The use of project-based learning will allow Riverside Leadership Academy students to develop skills in collaboration, in creativity, and cross-curricular understanding of content. The use of authentic audiences for presentation of learning is transformative in the educational setting for students. RLA will focus on not only rigorous academic expectations, but holistically, we will support the socio-emotional needs of our students. The focus is on of the holistic development of our students will make an impact, that students are not currently getting in the educational environments available to them. We take pride in incorporating responsive classroom. We didn't get a chance to talk about the personal advocates that our students will be offered through our schools and support that they'll receive that way, but that is in our charter. And a strong family-school relationship to support the needs of our students far past their academics. Our calendar indicates the importance of our students' needs both academically and emotionally, with the inclusion of mental health days, parent meetings, student-led conferences, and opportunities for students to take pride in their work with their authentic presentations of project-based learning. We feel passionately that the arts empowers and enriches students' academic experiences. Our focus on performing arts sets us apart and makes our program competitive in Craven County. The arts focus lends itself to our project-based learning approach, as well as our development of socio-emotional skills for our students. Parents in Craven County that we have spoken with about our program are excited. They want to be involved. They want their children to be involved. The number one question that I get, and that I think Dee gets as well in Craven County, is when is this happening and how do we become a part of it? We believe that students who have the opportunity to attend Riverside Leadership Academy will have the best educational experience available to them in Craven County. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that the end? Is anybody else going to speak? Okay, thank you. All right, so this is our opportunity to talk about the application. We have three options. One would be to send them through to Ready to Open. Another would be to, if we still have more questions, to ask them to come back and address any other questions that we have. And thirdly would be to decide not to send them through to Ready to Open. So the floor is open for discussion.
I have a procedural question. Anybody that we don't approve and we say we want to hear them again, when do they come back?
December.
December, so 2 months.
Yes. Yes, because we have interviews and renewals next month.
The reason why I asked is because I think this board's heart's in the right place. I'm just not, me personally, I'm just not sure what the real interest is with this large of a school opening, 480 right off the top. I know there's a lot of communities that don't have charter schools, but there's also, sometimes there's reasons for that as well. Yeah, that's just why I was asking it.
I think that's a good question. That actually was what I was going to ask, because I'm torn a little bit. I think this board's heart is absolutely in the right place, and I think that the plan of a project-based learning school is exactly the type of learning experiences we want all of our students in the state to receive, Craven County or not. I'm torn that because they're not aligned with an EMO, that they can just say, hey, we got the charter, now you guys go find us the property, go build the school, go hire the staff. And this is a tremendous amount of work, a tremendous amount of work. And I know that they understand that. So I wrote a little, commitment, knowledge, check. Time to do it and boots on the ground. I have questions about whether they can pull this off with the small number of board members. I also, I'm not, that's a large number, 400 plus students in the first year. Again, I can only speak from my experience. We did it. But I also had 7 board members to do the work and carry this forward. We had community meetings where I had, 100 parents showing up saying, I'm in, before we ever came to CSAP, not after we got the charter. Now, like we got the charter, now let's find them. We had them before we ever came before that microphone. So, and I'm not saying that that's the way just because we did it that way, that it has to apply to everyone else. But there's just some of the concerns I raised, or I'm raising my own mind, and I'm thinking, okay, if we gave them 2 more months, are we going to have better data on, we definitely got the interest, and we've expanded our board to put more boots on the ground to make this work, particularly because they're trying to do this on their own.
I'm kind of on the fence as well. I do think that that the board definitely has their heart in the right place. I'm always wanting to see charters in places that don't have them, because we very often keep putting charters in places that already have a lot. And so for counties that don't have them, I'm anxious to see schools in those counties. However, our experience has also been that those schools are harder to get started, for some of the reasons that they actually raise themselves, which is that the people in the county don't really understand what a charter school is. And I feel like their board's really small. 2 of them already are running schools, and we all know how much work that takes. And so to have the time that it's going to take to invest to find nearly 500 kids in essentially what's a brand new county, I have some concerns about that. Also, really have some concerns, and I mean their budget supports it, but the amount of money that they're spending, if you put operational and financial together, is an awful lot of money for the number of students. Like when I look at their financial, what they're spending on financial, I have more than twice the number of students they're going to have when they're in year 6, and I don't spend that much money on contracted financial. So, and I just think it's an awful lot of money. They have the money in the budget to do it, so I guess if they're willing to pay that much, I guess it's okay. But it is a concern.
There's an overriding philosophical issue that we'll have to deal with, which is, do we expect the board to be fully in place and the interest surveys to be executed, or do we give them some leeway and allow 2 months for them to expand their board and to do additional surveys? I haven't settled it in my own brain, because I always want to give a school that has promise a little time to be able to do things like that. On the other hand, in the past, we have expected everything to be done when the application is submitted, and so that's really where I'm torn right now. My heart's telling me to bring them back and to see where they are with additional parent surveys and with the constitution of their board. But that may not be where our board is with our expectation that the application be fully fleshed out when it's brought to us.
Well, and I lean towards giving them more time, as opposed to approving it now under the current conditions. And my reason is, when we have done that, when we have gone on and approved, when we felt like there's still some things you need to do, these are the schools that don't make their enrollment. And then we're in June and they don't have 75%, and then they end up needing a delay. I would rather give them the time to beef it up some and see if they can do that before we make a final decision about whether or not to go forward with them.
I have a question. When a school, something goes wrong, they don't hit that 75% and they need a delay. Why is that a major concern? If something has to be delayed by a year, and apparently it is, but I want to understand why that's a major concern, that something.
It's not necessarily a major concern for us. For us meaning the charter community.
Okay.
The problem is that when large numbers of schools do that, which has been happening over the last few years, from the state board perspective, we either need to change the process, or we're not doing a very good job of deciding which schools are ready to go.
And the delay may not necessarily be enrollment related. I know in my situation, It wasn't enrollment related at all. I had a healthy waiting list. I just couldn't get the building built.
Yeah, it could. And for the most part, it's been facility.
It sounds
but
to me like.
We have had go ahead.
Sorry, Cheryl, go ahead.
For the most part, for the last few years, we have had a significant number of the schools that we approve then request a 1-year delay. And that creates skepticism on the part of the state board, which then creates issues when we go to present candidates. They're less likely to just take our recommendations.
I'll go back to a little bit about the budget. So again, the funding's not there for the technology, and in fact, I think it's 10,000 in the subsequent years rather than 50. The narrative on the budget says there'll be 4 buses. They budgeted 76,000, but in fact, in year 1, they will have 1 bus with 480 students if they hit their goal. It's just lapses like this where you see a lot of ambition and great goals, and yes, a community in need and a great idea for a school, but there are some lapses there that I don't know if coming back would ameliorate any of this, but I would be open to that.
Where are we with time?
We've got about a minute left.
Okay. Go ahead. Somebody was getting ready to speak. Go ahead.
I was going to say that the board is not concentrated in this county per se. And one of the things that would make me more comfortable is if there was some evidence that, and I realize it's a rural area, so this just may not be possible, but if there's business support for having a school like this, that effectively puts more boots on the ground to begin with, because people begin to talk about it, and the kind of people that you would want on your board on the business side would be there and would be pushing forward and helping with the process. Now, I'm new to this. Maybe that business support isn't really essential to standing up a charter school and getting it stood up quickly, but it would certainly help, I would think. But I'm open to those who have better understanding of that, the degree to which that's valuable.
I think it's very valuable, particularly when your business leaders are in the community, because they have so much credibility that other families are going to say, "Oh, Miss So-and-so has this business supporting our school." So I think local business support is important, and I also believe that the application needs to be pretty close to ready to open up a school, and we can't use ready to open period to work out the kinks. Most of the kinks need to be worked out when they bring an application to us. That's my personal opinion.
Okay, so our time is up. Is there somebody who is ready to make a motion?
Before we do that, I probably need to make a correction or ask a question. We do have a budget for 4 transportation staff, but I don't see the funding there for the buses. Can you tell us what you would have in year 1 for transportation?
Yes, ma'am. As part of year 1, our plan is to run 4 buses to reach out in the community, as well as the 4 bus drivers, as you mentioned. This plan closely resembles what we did at my charter school in the beginning of the year, where we ran 4 buses, had 4 bus drivers, and then kind of leveraged that as well, substitute teachers and things to kind of enhance the bus drivers. We now run 8 routes in my school. So
you can purchase a bus for about $5,000?
You can actually purchase about 2 of them for that much. Initially, the startup expense is going to be about $2,000 or $3,000 for each as we go into and we have a partnership with one of my people from the charter school that we work with, who help go out and look for buses, as well as provide the inspections, the help with the licensures and things of that nature. So that plan in itself has already been kind of laid out and thought of and implemented. And if I can just take a moment to address, so I know there was concerns about boots on the ground, and our charter does call for up to 9 board members, which we can hear loud and clear. We want to expand out a little bit, but also wanted to kind of make sure, and maybe we didn't highlight this enough, our relationship with Charter Success Partners, we're going to be relying heavily on the expertise where they've been able to duplicate this 6 times before within our own schools as well. So this is something that as an application, as a plan, we feel confident we will be able to implement, but certainly take the feedback that we need some more members to help.
All right, thank you. So we're back to, is there anybody who is ready to make a motion? Okay, well, we have to have a motion.
We're still pondering, or there's a lot of smoke coming out of ears here, Cheryl.
Is that, I guess we ask ourselves if we heard more information, if we had opportunity for more questioning, more support, would that strengthen the application and our confidence in this board? Or can that be determined today, that we believe they do have what they need to move forward or not?
I think Terry hit it. I think it's a philosophical question. Like, part of me wants to say, you had months to put this application together. This is who we are. This is the board. This is the budget. This is the plan. And are we saying by bringing them back? If we bring them back, are we saying, okay, all that month of work, we feel you're still short? Come back to us with more information that maybe should have just been presented as part of the initial application. I do think these need to be we're here today. I think that struggling.
There are some partnerships that were mentioned with North Carolina School of Science and Math and with Creighton County Community College and occupational courses of study. So there are a lot of things we didn't touch on where they do have some partnerships.
But all of those would be high school partnerships, and they're starting K-7.
What happened by year 4, year 3, year 4.
Yeah.
And I understand when you're we're all saying the same thing. Like, you're going into a county where there are no charters. Like, I get it. You do a community information meeting that's 1 hour long. You spend the first 45 minutes doing nothing but educating people on what a charter school is, let alone what your charter school wants to be. I just wish something would have been done before today, as opposed to saying, let's move them forward, and if we get them moved forward, then we'll go find where these people are at. And I don't want to diminish the work they have done, but I just kind of yearn for, man, we did these events across the county, and like, it was so many people showed up, and I don't know.
Let me ask this for other board members. So we've seen charter schools go into rural areas where they have difficulty standing it up at the beginning. Is that the case?
I don't think it applies to rural. I think it's just period.
No, well,
there's additional challenges.
There are additional challenges in rural areas. There are reasons they're not there already. Obviously, we want them there. My concern is even if we give a couple more months, they don't have the boots on the ground there to be able to provide this sort of comfort level that they're going to be able to attract the kind of numbers they need to attract in order to be ready to go on their time schedule. I'm not saying they can't get it done, but I'm not sure they can get it done in 2 months is awfully short.
2 months is all they'd have because of when we send the recommendations to the state board.
Yes.
I have a hypothetical to throw out there. I do not like hypotheticals, but if say this same, and this is what I just think the mindset should be of this board is, say this exact application came to us and it was ready to open status, and they had 2,000 interests in it, would we here be comfortable with saying, oh, you have 2,000 people interested, let's open it?
You would have crossed off one of my question marks.
Okay.
You wouldn't have crossed off my question mark about how the small number of board members pull all of this together. I mean,
I think that answers the.
you're talking about facilities that haven't even, property that hasn't even been identified, all the.
No, I'm with you. And that's why
No.
I think we were all focused on the interest in the county, and I don't think you can ever just say, oh, because a county doesn't have a charter school, they need a charter school. I don't think that should ever be the reason why we do that. There needs to be the interest, that what you just said as well. But do we think they have 2 months to figure all that out?
They could come back before us in 2 months and have expanded the board to 7 members, of which 2 have expertise in, facilities development, financial, getting the loans, all of that. I'm not saying that the current board doesn't, but just more feet on the ground to pull this off, particularly when 2 of the current board members aren't even there and have full-time jobs.
Well, and they, if I remember correctly, they said 2 or 3 of the board members were remote. So if they add people, they need to add people who are actually in Craven County.
And you have to find those people. And I mean, I don't know if they can just pick up the phone today and say, all right, we have 3 people waiting, and then you start, so that's probably gonna be a few weeks, and then you're really dealing with just a month to pull all this off.
I'll make a motion. I'm going to make a motion that we invite Riverside Leadership Academy's board back for a second interview. If we were to do that, just a reminder of the process is that we would send them very specific questions that they would have to answer prior to returning to CSAB. I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I make that motion on that. I think they've heard us today and they can see the consternation that we're having, that this is not about questioning the validity of their plan in terms of the instructional program and PBL and all of that. That instead we think there's some real there, but we have some real concerns too. So I'm willing to give I'm willing to give them another hour in front of me and convince me that.
But is it we send questions, but I don't know that questions is really what we are looking for.
Well, I think questions would be, can you expand your board between now and December with the expertise that's needed to help pull this off? Can you make adjustments to some of the areas in the budget that will identify?
Can you bring evidence of interest?
Evidence of interest, between now and.
Evidence of interest is high.
Yeah. You should be holding community meetings by Wednesday of this week.
Maybe identify a few business supporters. Dr. Daniels said.
And the military aspect too, and I saw, were they gonna have a military coordinator to work with the military bases to have those conversations?
I think that's a good way to frame it. We have a second, but I appreciate the way you frame that. Like we can give an hour more of our attention if it does give them a delay, but it doesn't terminate it. And so that's a good thing, and we can see what they can bring back. I'm good with it. I feel good about that.
I guess I don't mean to dominate the conversation here at all. I'm just thinking out loud. I guess anytime we think about a second interview, I think about, is it going to be worth their time and is there anything that they can present that's going to make me feel more comfortable or change my mind? Like the first candidate today, I had questions, lots of questions, but I don't think there were anything that a second interview was necessary to. It couldn't be addressed by them. They heard us, and I guess with this one, I'm feeling like there's enough questions there, but there's enough. I don't know.
Is there any further discussion? Because we do have a motion on the floor with a second. Okay, Ashley, let's take a roll call.
All right, this is a motion to move Riverside forward to a second interview. Terry Stoops,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda, I have recused, Shelley Bullard,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Todd Gogby,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Bart Danielson.
Aye.
All right, that passes. CSAB will be in charge of coming up with second interview questions, and then our office will reach out to you once we have those questions received, and you will have 10 days from that period. And just as a reminder, you are only responding specifically to what they have requested, and there is no changes to the application, so to speak. Thank you. All right, we have lunch now, so for those of you remote, we will reconvene at 1:30 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
schools. We have 2 remaining applications to hear from today. I will recap because we've been joined by the Mina Onslow board, and so you have an hour of time today for your interview. I'll do a 5-minute snapshot. You all will then have 10 minutes to do your introduction statements, followed by 25 minutes for CSAB to discuss. You'll then close with a 10-minute closing statement, and then CSAB will deliberate, and then they'll present their decision. So just FYI, because you all are new to the room today, so I wanted to make sure that you're aware of how that hour looks for you all. So we have Mina Onslow here. Dr. Sean Williams is the chair. There's a 12-member board here. They're not all present physically here. We have some online representation. I know there's maybe a member that was absent, and then it looks like you all had someone to kind of phase off of your board, but all in all, there are 12 members here, and I believe a couple folks online, so just wanted to make you all aware of that. So this is actually the largest district that we will actually hear from today, right? So Onslow County, in the easternmost part of the state. Their mission statement is here, but Mina does intend to open in year 1 with grades K-5 with 252 students, rounding out in year 5, serving grades K-8 with 540 students, and year 5 is the year in which they would reach capacity. Mina Onslow does intend to participate in the National School Lunch Program and the School Breakfast Program, and they have some vendor information they'll share with you all. They will use their the bus services and a weighted lottery. Their slated facility is in the 28540 zip code. They do not yet have that facility. There was not an LEA impact submitted on behalf of Onslow County Public Schools. They are not a repeat applicant. They did use consultancy for their application assistance, the KLR partners. They will not be part of an EMO or CMO, and the application was deemed complete by the Office of Charter Schools. And so, my eyes here. Again, this is the largest district that we'll hear from today. There's 40 LEA schools. There's only 1 charter school within Onslow County, which is the Zeka School. There's obviously a heavy military family presence within the Onslow County community. It looks like, according to our statistical profile done here at the agency, Onslow County had about 26,591 ADM. That was their final pupil count. So again, a large district. You can actually look at their subgroup populations and students that they wish to serve here. You can actually scroll down just a little bit for me. Then you have their comparisons to the LEA there as it relates to economically disadvantaged and students with disabilities, so you all can take a look at that. And then we have a zip code map. So again, the only charter within Onslow is the Zeka School. So this would be the second charter school for Onslow County. So I'll turn the floor over to Dr. Williams, allow you all to make your opening interest statements. You have 10 minutes of time, so please take the floor.
Thank you, Melanie. To the board of the Office of Charter School Advisory Board, it's good to see many of you. I am going to allow each one of our board members to introduce themselves. I am, as was said, I am Sean Williams. I am the chairman of the board for the Mina Charter School of Onslow County. And each board will come back and then I'll do a summary for our opening. Also online, I believe I have, can't see it there, but Miss Sierra Dixon, who is online, she is online, and Dr. Ed Bell is online. Miss Deatra Hicks had a family emergency along with Miss Taylor, who was not able to make it on today.
Good evening. My name is Joyce Williams, and I work with the Governance Committee.
Good afternoon. I am Dolores Wells. I'm a retired educator, retired in 2010. After retirement, I did some part-time tutoring and volunteer work.
Good afternoon.
My name is Claude Cruz. I'm a retired North Carolina State Park Superintendent. I retired in '98. After retiring from the Division of Parks and Recreation, I went to work with the Onslow County Youth Athletic Department. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Arthurisa Best. I'm an educator currently, 3 years before retirement. I serve as the secretary for the board.
Can those online introduce themselves as well? Dr. Bell, would you introduce yourself, sir?
Yes, I am Ed Bell, former social worker, teacher, current professor, and a retiree as well from DPI.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Dixon?
Hi, everyone. My name is Sierra Dixon. I'm the Dean of Scholars at Mena Charter School of Lee County, and I'm currently serving as Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. Also, as friends of the board, we have with us Mr. Bob Beatty, who does a lot of our marketing, and also Mr. Howard Sewell from Legacy Funding, that is also here with us to help us in obtaining our building once we receive the yes from this board that we can move forward to open up in Onslow County. MENA stands for More is Now Achievable. And why Onslow County? When we look at Onslow County, again, choice. There was only one school of choice for public school funding, that was ZECA. Also, we tried to bring a program to Onslow County that is just a little bit different. We are a stream-based school. We also are a no-suspend policy school where we use a program called Restorative Justice to keep our scholars in school, to hold them accountable, to help with the parents, to help them navigate through education. For many times, for a parent, it is difficult depending on what their background was in education. So we try to bring them to the table. We're a school that is built on building relationships. If you had to summarize what MENA is going to be great at, and that is building relationships with families, scholars, and community that will help that scholar to be successful. MENA is also a dual language school, which means that our pledge to our parents is those kids that start with us in kindergarten, by the time they get to 5th grade, that they will be speaking Spanish for our English learners, for our students that start out with us in English, and those that start out being a multilingual student or ELL student, that scholar or student will be good and fluent in English, along with the services that they will receive, additional services. We are a looping school that allows our teachers to loop in the foundational years with our scholars, which will bring, again, a great deal in our relationship building. And so we just believe that we bring a difference to Onslow County to offer to the parents a choice where they can send their scholars to school and be successful. Thank you for your time, and we're here to attend you any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for that introduction, and nice to meet all of you this afternoon. So, as Ms. Racky pointed out, we have segments of time here that will ask questions of yourself, of you, give you an opportunity for closing statement. So, for the next 25 minutes, we'll ask questions of you based upon the application submitted, and then you'll have 10 minutes of closing, and then we'll deliberate ourselves. So, I open up to fellow CSAB members. Before we have you come to the microphone to answer questions, just what are some of the things, maybe you might want to take notes or something, just some of the things that are first and foremost on our minds this afternoon as we review the application. So would anyone like to start with some questions you have on your mind? I'll start. I'm interested to know a little bit more about the educational plan in terms of type of curriculum you're going to be utilizing, how you're going to support the staff and the staff development to be prepared to teach in the model that you want them to teach. There's a big board, which is interesting because we just interviewed a school that had a very small board. So just curious, do any of the board members plan to join the school as employees of the school if the school were to be granted a charter? I'd like to know if there's any connection to, or what the connection might be to the Mina school in Lee County, and if any of the board members are crossover between those two board members as well. I have more questions, but I'll pause. What else would you?
Just a bigger, I don't know if they said it, board members are from the community, because I saw that the person who's registered for this is from Sanford.
Yeah, I'd like to see a delineation of who's from Lee and who's from Onslow. Yeah, I think that's really important.
Okay.
I have questions about the curriculum, the various components, and I see them in the narrative, but not necessarily in the budget, and don't understand how they would implement everything. They talk about online learning programs. He mentioned, Dr. Williams mentioned the looping, but then K and 1 is together, and 2 and 3 are together, but then they hire teachers that would indicate separate classrooms. I didn't understand how the numbers were working and what the plan is, as well as the fact that there's STREAM, but I don't see a lot of technology, arts, or engineering in the budget to support that their STREAM any more than any typical school could say they are STREAM. You know, if we use computers or we have an art class, that kind of thing. I didn't see the emphasis that merited the label, so I wanted them to explain that. Didn't see a social worker, didn't see a nurse. Couple of other items.
Okay.
Talk about reflecting. I wanted them to address reflecting the composition of the school system, the local LEA. Their narrative in the application referred to exceeding that. I'd like to know exactly what they mean by that and what those goals are.
Okay. Others?
Hey, Dr. Williams, good to see you. So, I'd like to, I definitely want to find out about the board and how much overlap it's in, but whether the demand is there according to the application. I believe there's only 37 responses. Want to maybe talk about how you'll show the demand. Your goals, would it be 5% above the LEA, I think is what your goals were? Is that aggressive enough? And I would like to know a little more about the looping, and if, is that being done in Mena and Lee? And then you said you're a year-round school, so when you're tracking out, you're doing you're doing tutoring and things like that. Maybe talk a little bit about that. And the last one was, I read in there that you're going to employ 2 advisory teams. I don't know. The word employ was in there, but I mean that means deploy or they're going to be on the payroll. If you want to talk a little bit about that. Okay.
I'd like to hear about the restorative justice approach and whether there'll be teacher training involved with implementing that approach, and whether if there is an affiliation with the Lee County School, whether they use restorative justice, and if so, how that's worked for them, and if they have looked at any other schools in North Carolina that have used that approach successfully.
I have some on behalf of Hilda Parlay. She's asked, what proof do you have that small schools are better for students? She'd like to know, of your long list of community partners, how many do you have meaningful contact with? And then her last question is regarding the K-3 students, that she saw that they would be taught by the same teachers for 3 or 4 years, and she wanted to know why, like what was your thinking behind that?
Anyone else on the line, or we can go ahead and get started? Okay, why don't you start with just since there were questions about the board and the makeup of the board, what, if any, carryover is there from the Mena Lee School? Who's in Lee? Who's in Onslow? Maybe start with there if you could.
So I am from the Jones County area originally. Did work in Jones County since 1993 to 2007 prior to going to Lee County. And so if you are familiar with the graphics there, Jones, Onslow, Craven, all right there in that 17 quarter. So I'm originally from that area. House is still in that area, so that's that. Miss Williams is born and raised in Onslow County. Married to me, so she's now in Lee County, but she's from Onslow County. Miss Wells is Onslow County. Mr. Cruz is Onslow County. Miss Bess is Duplin County, which again borders Onslow County. Miss Dr. Bell is Craven County, born and raised in Craven County, worked here in Wake County, but his connection there is he was part of DPI and did a lot of work in Onslow County with the 21st century and different things. Miss Dixon is a Sanford, Lee County. Mr. Griffin, who is not online, at least he wasn't when I looked earlier, is Onslow County, a retired Marine, and Miss Hicks is not from Onslow County. She's on the Charlotte-Mecklenburg side. So I think and Miss Taylor is a real estate agent from Onslow County.
How many of the board members for this proposed school are on the board for Mina in Lee County?
3 of us, myself, Miss Williams, and Miss Bess.
Is Miss Williams related to you, Doctor?
Yes, sir. I think she's married to me. At least she was last night. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So let's jump into there were some questions about looping and maybe explaining the rationale for that, particularly at all grade levels, I guess it is.
Okay, I know Ms. Dixon is online, and she could speak to it, but for clarity, since I'm in front of you, I'll take that. So to bring clarity, because I think there is some, our looping, and we do it at Mina now in Lee County and have done it from opening. We're in our 3rd year at Mina. Our K teacher, those teachers that teach the kids in kindergarten, they go with them to 1st grade, okay? When they get to 1st grade, they block. So that K teacher that taught all subjects in kindergarten, when they get to 1st grade, they'll either do math, science, or ELA, social studies. That's how we model there in Lee. 2nd grade, teacher loops with them to 3rd grade. So it's a teacher with them for 1 year additional, not all 4 years or all 3 years. So K to 1st, 2nd to 3rd. We block starting on 1st grade through 5th grade so that we wanted our teachers to teach to their strengths. And so our scholars actually rotate classes. Our 1st graders stay with a teacher for half the day, and then they go with their math and science teacher for the other half.
Talk to us a little bit about the restorative justice program too, if you could, and what success, what have you seen in the other school or schools that have used that?
We didn't start out using restorative justice for those that were on the board. Ms. Friend, when we came to you the first time around, we were going with a mindfulness piece, and we found that just did not help our demographics. And so we, in turn, did a lot of talking with schools within North Carolina and outside of North Carolina on what were some things they were doing to reduce suspension. And that's our ultimate goal, is to keep kids in school. And so with that, one of the things that kept surfacing was restorative justice. Little did we know much about restorative justice, and so we went through, as a staff at Mina, week-long training for our executive team, leadership team, and then our teachers went through a day of PD, 8 hours of PD. What that looks like is every day they have what we call community circles. Some schools use community circles as a piece, but then more than that, if a scholar has an issue, and it could be positive or negative, but there's an issue that they need to talk to somebody about. We have a restorative justice, we call them a dean, person that actually meets with that scholar, talks about it, help them to navigate through, almost like a guidance counselor. If it is a discipline issue, a self-reflection. One of the things we do with restorative justice is we learned through the restorative justice is don't speak to people while they're upset. Give them a chance to calm down. So we have a restorative justice room where they go in, they get 5-10 minutes, calm down, where they're able to articulate their thoughts, and then they work through what could have been done, what could you have done differently, what caused this reaction, and then if it's a piece that should have warranted a suspension, in most schools, we in turn have parents come in, and those parents then sit around the table with the teacher and look at how we could get this resolved. At the end of that, there's a contract that is drawn up that the scholar has to adhere to, the teacher has to adhere to, and the school has to adhere to. And so it is really a real big piece when we talk restorative justice about sitting down, talking it out, and then what do we do to resolve it, to move forward, to restore that scholar back to a good standing in that classroom. And then there's also pieces of our restorative justice that the class has to go through it, because if the scholar did something in the classroom, then all scholars in that class was at harm, mentally, socially. And so we have what we call a reentry piece, where scholars get to share how your actions made me feel. And again, helping to restore that person and restore the class so that it can move forward.
Dr. Williams, could you or someone on your team there speak to the components that make the school an engineering school, that E out of STREAM?
STREAM, we partner with Pittsco, okay? And if you're familiar with Pittsco, we were fortunate enough. And there was a question that was asked, and if I could kind of address it while I'm standing. Mina and Mina Onslow are not connected, but we're a model. We've tried some things at Mina, and so we would like it to look like a big brother and be there to help them to navigate through and use some of the same things that we know work. We know there's an individual community, and what did work may not necessarily work at Onslow, but we're hoping it would. And so we partner with Pittsco, which has a STREAM lab. And so our scholars would go to the lab where they would, there in that lab, do their science, technology, basically technology and engineering in that lab there. And then they do a lot of reading across curriculum. And that's why you see the R in there, because in that lab, we make it go back into that science class and how can we bring that into the lab. So there's a lot of collaboration between that classroom teacher and that STREAM teacher. And that starts in K and goes all the way to 5. In our package, you see that we have TAs, and our TAs help teach STREAM to K2 there, and 3rd and up gets taught by the STREAM instructor.
And where are the labs located?
Inside the school.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in the school. It's a classroom, I'm sorry, it's just a classroom.
And might I add that if you ever saw this classroom, it's amazing. The kids, they have like the little robots, and the little robots be rolling around. It's really something amazing to see.
Mm-hmm. So how are the labs funded? Is there support in that? Do you have some funding support?
We have funded the labs, one with a Pittsco initiative, and right now, currently at MENA, it was through a lot of the SR money. And so part of what we're going to be doing, that's why Mr. Beatty is sitting there. He's part of that capital campaign to help raise additional funding to offshoot off the budget.
What made you decide to not just do a replication and instead do a whole new application?
Ms. Bestwood. Oh, I'm sorry.
They wouldn't qualify for a replication.
I got the wrong person.
The reason why we decided not to do that, for one thing, we have to be in existence for 3 years or better, and we're just at that 3-year mark. And also, we had to receive a certain score, and we haven't received that. And that's the reason why we can't replicate as of yet.
What about, talk to us a little bit about how you know there's a demand for the school to get the numbers that you're proposing. Specifically, I saw in the application, there were some letters of support. I think there was a survey. I mean, it wasn't an overwhelming number of participants. Have you held any type of community informational sessions? Reach out to local community leaders? Like, how do you know that the demand is there? I mean, it's kind of a push-pull. Like, I realize you don't want to get everyone all excited when you don't have the charter in hand, but at the same time, we've got to know that you can fulfill these numbers.
And we can probably tag team that, because Ms. Wells has done a lot with the community leaders in Onslow County has that. But to answer the question in reference to survey, right, wrong, or indifferent, one of the things that we chose is the first time we came before this board with MENA, we were told no, we had huge numbers of people that said we want the charter. And so on the conservative side, we kind of said, okay, we're going to do a quick survey because the time frame for the application, and then we went to work afterwards. So we did the survey, and then we started hitting community events. We just left one on Saturday and Sunday just to show that we're still current. We went to a Faith and Blue breakfast on Saturday, and then Sunday with MCENC, which is a community organization there in Onslow County that does tutoring and mentoring. And as Ms. Wells could surely come and attest, a lot of the Greek organizations and a lot of the Boys and Girls Club, those events we have attended and made ourselves known. Through just conversation in those events, we need the school has been the takeaway. I'm clergy, I'm a pastor, and so with talking to different pastors in the Onslow County community, again, there is another need. And again, this has crossed all spectrums, whether you're black, white, brown, it didn't matter. Whatever event we were part of, the need was there. And so, yes, there was a small number in the online survey, but in the face-to-face community events, talking, shaking hands, it's almost like being a politician, trying to let them know we're coming. There has been a overwhelming, yes, we're looking forward to it.
Dr. Williams, when this school opens up, what's your involvement going to be with the school?
Well, I'm the lead administrator at MENA right now, something that I surely did not ever plan to be. But my involvement will be more as an advisor. I'm the chair of the board, and so I would still be the chair of the MENA board, and that we will hire a school leader. Hopefully that will take us to the finish line.
Dr. Williams, I have a follow-up. I'm still interested in how you're accomplishing that STREAM goal.
Yes, ma'am.
That STREAM. So when I look at, I don't know if you're familiar with it, in the application you upload a staffing chart. And so there are no elective staffs there. You have the EC staff members, but when you think about this dual language component, and then you have your music and your engineering, your arts, your technology. So what I think you're saying, and so just tell me if I'm wrong, I'm trying to deduce how you're accomplishing this, is that those teachers are blocking, and so as students leave kindergarten, those specific teachers will be teaching a block that they are either certified in or best prepared in, and that would include the technology and arts, dual language. I mean, the things that you're saying, someone has to be teaching that. And I'm not seeing it in the chart. So is that how it works?
If it's not in the chart, the only one position that should not have been in the chart should have been the STREAM teacher, because we're looking for outside funding to make sure that goes. But there should be an art teacher, a dance or music teacher. If it's not, then that's on us, and we can modify. Okay. But they would go out to those electives.
So it's not the classroom teacher.
No, okay. Classroom teacher, and then there's we hire a dual language teacher that goes into the classroom to teach. So those should have all been separate line items, and if it isn't, then that was truly an oversight of my part, getting that to the board. Acadia and I sat down and went through this budget about 10 times, so I thought I had every I dotted and T crossed, but if I didn't, I do apologize.
Well, I was looking at the staffing chart. If
Gotcha.
you look at the budget, you show 2 elective teachers in the first 2 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And 1 EC. So you have 2 elective teachers, and so the question would be like, which electives are they teaching?
That is art and dual language.
Art and dual language.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I will save you a little money. You have a custodian of $30,000 in the personnel and in the operations budget. You can take one of those out and hire another elective teacher.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a question about the dual language teacher. You've got one dual language teacher, grades K to 6. So how much time is spent in the alternate language?
That was Ms. Turner, I believe.
Ms. Turner.
Yes.
Hello, Ms. Turner. They get the kindergarten group gets the most time. Again, our goal is for kindergarten to be proficient in Spanish. So kindergarten gets 90 minutes every other day of dual language. The other classes, 1 through 5, get it half a semester, 45 minutes just as a regular special. So it's the kindergarten group that gets if I could say it this way, that's the group that would be more of the dual language immersion, because our goal is by the time they hit 5th grade that they're getting 60% Spanish, 40% in English for those kids that started in kindergarten that moved. All the other ones would have exposure through the school.
You show 8% projected for the ELL population, so you're probably going to have most English learners learning another language, right?
That's all.
Mm-hmm. You're planning to have touch screen displays in every classroom? That was in the narrative, touch
Yes,
screen
ma'am.
displays.
That is the ultimate goal. I think all of us are charter leaders. We hope to do that, but as we get enrollment and begin to look at EC and what all happens, things begin to shift. But that is our goal.
Right, okay.
Dr. Williams, even though you're not replicating MENA in Lee County and Sanford, sounds like you're going to be giving this school a lot of support. Can you tell us what MENA's academic scores were for the past year?
We met growth in math, and we exceeded growth in reading, and we overall as a school met growth.
What was your school proficiency score?
We got an F on that, sir.
F. So you were an F school, met growth. You exceeded growth in your
in reading.
In reading, met growth in math.
That is correct. And as we looked at the data again, if we are transparent, our goal is 85% educationally disadvantaged students. And so to hit that 40% threshold is where we were headed. We didn't miss it much in English. In our math, we had work to do, but that's where we are.
Thank you.
Other questions that board members have? We have 2 minutes. Has anything changed related to the planned facility? Sometimes by the time you write the application and you're here today, things can happen. So what's the update on the facility plan?
As of right now, Mr. Friend, the for sale sign is still in front of the building there on Western Boulevard that we're looking at. And so it's still on the market.
And you're sure it can be used, no issues for educational purpose or?
None. It's zoned education, and Howard Soul is here, who is also part of this team. Those of you it's almost an exact of what we have now, but in better condition than the building we actually had to redo. So yes, it is a building that is suitable, that can be gutted and upfitted for educational purposes.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask the question that may not be popular, but I feel I gotta ask it. So 3 of you are on the board for the Minor School in Lee, and it is an F school, albeit you have had growth, which is good, positive trend.
Mm-hmm.
What's going to be different about this school, whether it's the oversight thereof, the staff that's involved? How do we not have a conversation 3 or 4 years from now explaining that this school is not performing? What are the lessons learned? What are the things that you think will be different?
Great question, and not an unpopular, kind of felt that was coming. Number one, we started in COVID, and that's not an excuse, that's a reality. We opened up the doors 2019-20, and so first year was online, second year was trying to come through online. Last year wasn't the greatest. And so what we have done is we have now gone to a model called Teach Like a Champion Relay want more, do more, depending on where you're from. So all of our teachers go through, in our PD, and somebody asked about that earlier, all of our teachers go through onboarding now, 2 weeks of PD at the Mena Onslow County School versus what we did at Mena. We also went more with a small group curriculum being Zern and bookworms. So that one thing we learned is we were trying to do a lot of full group instruction the first 2 years. Did not work. We were not getting those. We weren't doing a lot of differentiation in there, and the teachers really did not have a lot of good classroom management style things. So last year, ending and starting this year, all of our teachers in Onslow County will be kind of the same. They'll get all teachers will go through Teach Like a Champion. They'll have instructional coach or instructional leader that has graduated either from Relay or Want More, Do More, so that model is in for better classroom management, better data, to make sure we're pushing our scholars. So coming out the gate, we learned a whole lot 3 years in that would be different opening up that we did not know opening up our doors. And I hope I answered your question, sir.
Thank you so much. So we actually are out of time, so we're going to give the floor to you again, or whoever, other board members, if you so desire, for 10 minutes of closing statements.
Thank you for allowing me to close for Mena Charter Schools. We have worked really hard. We've worked hard in Lee County as well as trying to prepare for Onslow County. Our goal and our final objection is to make sure that our children are being served. I grew up in a military family, so I understand what it's like to be in Onslow County and not being served the way I should have been. We don't want that to happen to a lot of students in Onslow County. So we're trying to do what we can through the different organizations that we've met with, that we've talked to just try to be able to provide those services to Onslow County. I think that's it. Thank you for allowing us to come before you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we have 10 minutes of our own deliberation amongst ourselves. Again, our choices today, just to remind all CSAB members, is to vote to move them forward to ready to open. Obviously, that would need state board approval. We could vote not to move them forward, or we can also vote to bring them back. I think that would be in December if we wanted to have a second opportunity to ask them some questions. So with that, would anyone like to start with sharing your thoughts on this application?
I'll start. This, as Mr. Friend was saying, under the uncomfortable question, Mena Lee may be on the right road to improving, but they're not there yet. And I don't see that this is the time for their leadership to be split in their efforts to try to improve their own school and do startup at the same time. I think that they need to. They have some things in place that that should work for them, but they haven't had a chance to implement them yet. Some of those things take time to take hold, so they may not see immediate results. But that's a focus they have to have at Lee, and that has to be the accountability level of making those things work. All those things, that's full time every day. And what it also takes to do startup, although they do have a lot of people, what it also takes to do startup, I just really think this is kind of premature.
So that is somewhat where my thinking was as well. I also think there were a number of things that need refining that I don't see the preparation I wanted to see. We didn't talk about, like, zero budget for testing supplies and $15,000 for teacher development when you're talking about the dual language, the looping. the technology, and it's about $1 a teacher. No, I'm sorry, $1,000 a year to train the teachers that first year. They do have a guidance counselor, but no social worker. Just a number of things that I feel like need to be fleshed out. And I was thinking the same thing about Dr. Williams. Like, it seems like you'd want to be so applied because you've worked through some of the past 2.5 hardest years we've seen in education in our lifetime, that you want to build up this current school to help those students succeed, help those students get back in there and become their best before diverting attention to yet another effort. That it makes sense to me, but obviously you feel like you've got the capacity to manage through both, but what our chair is saying makes sense to me. I was thinking the same thing.
I have a great deal of optimism about this board. I think their vision is one that is badly needed. And my concern is, my hope would be that you won't stop with 2, that you'll be able to do more over time. But one of the things that allows that to happen is, before you grow too fast, you want a proof of concept. You want to show that you have a model that works and can be replicated. And right now, I think you're still tinkering with the model, and it isn't their fault that COVID messed everything up. I mean, it's not a matter of assigning blame. It's just that COVID messed everything up, and that means that getting that well-refined model that can be replicated, because there are a lot of places that need this. But if you're refining the model and you're already expanding, it gets really hard to get the model right. And so I wish we had another year of data that we could look at and say, man, they've got the model right. That would make me much more comfortable.
Yeah, I'm struggling with that myself. And then I'm trying to remember what this isn't like. Right, this is not a replication. At the same time, it smells like a replication. Yeah.
And I think we'd like to see it. I mean, I think it's exciting to think what they could do in this county for the student population. But although it's not officially a replication, there are so many similarities and pulling from the same resources and the same concepts and ideas to build the school. You just want, like you say, a successful model.
It's not a replication, but one of the things that we would like to see is we like seeing a board that's accomplished, and the board is still building their accomplishments here. So if, we've seen some other applicants that had people from charter schools that were coming in because they understood how to run a charter school and were going to be a part of that. But the success that they were having elsewhere was one of the things that made them a valuable board member. So I understand it's not a replication,
yeah.
but the board's going to look stronger when they point to their board members and say, here we have people who are running already successful organizations.
I can't argue that, and then I go back to a comment that was made at our last one. It's almost like a philosophical position that we're in here. Like, we recommend that boards who have zero experience ever running a charter school, we recommend for them to have charters. Here we have a combination of several board members who this would be their first go at it. It sounds like 3 board members who are currently involved in the oversight governance of a failing school. Which weighs more heavily?
Well, one is unproven, and the other has proven they haven't found the successful piece yet.
Well, and I would say one of the options that we don't have on the table, because it's not on the list, we've got a defined set of options, and one of them is not wait a year. That's not one of the things we can recommend by vote. We have to vote within the confines of the options that we are allowed to choose among. If we had another option, I'd be eager to vote for it.
I have an awful lot of respect for Dr. Williams, and I really appreciate what you've done in Sanford. And yes, you had some issues. Nobody wants to open up school during COVID, and I think you are absolutely on the right track at Sanford. And I just think that because the name's the same, some of the board members are the same, the model's the same, that I agree that that it would be to your advantage to get Mina out of that low performing status, out of that F, even though you've exceeded growth, met growth at certain subjects. But I think it would be to your advantage that once you got to a C or high D, then you come back and ask for this application. The charter's needed in Onslow County, and I understand the relationship you have in that area, and I'd love to see you have a charter school, but I think we need to see a little better data coming from Mina Sanford.
Ashley, remind me, when did Mina Lee open?
Just say 2019.
2019?
20.
Your timing was not good.
No.
Did you open as K-5?
Yes, we did, and met numbers all the way around.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So a lot of our concerns are based upon the performance of a school that they're not replicating officially, but sort of unofficially are. And its performance grade is based upon a time period that's only during the pandemic.
Great point.
I think it's a little bit more than just that. Because of where they are right now, I think they need to focus on that. And I also know how much work it takes to open a new school. And I don't think either school benefits by having people whose energy is split. I think that if they have put some really good things in place and lead, if they go ahead and start and really focus on that, they could be out of low performing status by the end of the year.
How long do you have to be out of low performing status to apply as an accelerated applicant? Or, well, again, this is not a replication.
I think you have to have 3 years.
Yeah, but this is not a replication. So.
No, it wouldn't, but because they're not continually low performing, all they have to do is just not be low performing next year and they're no longer low performing.
Right. And without even referring to it as replication, you send the signal that someone leaving an F school can come in and open another school.
Well, it's different boards. I mean, there's overlap, yes. It's not the entire board. It's not even a majority of the board in Mina Lee that's attempting to open this school. It's
True.
3.
Same school leader.
So, Dr. Williams, you would be the school leader of this school. No, you're the chair of the board of this. Okay.
Chair of the board. Okay.
Any other comments from those here in Raleigh or those remote? So our time is up.
Well, we didn't delve into anything about facility, which is a big item.
Well, we asked if they said that
Nothing had changed.
Nothing had changed, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he did say
Okay. Would any board member like to make a motion?
Have they done their closing statement?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, they already did. Yeah.
Okay, then I would make a motion that we do not move Minor Onslow County forward.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Do we get a second?
Any other party second? Can you hear me?
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded.
We got you, Hilda.
Any discussion, further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Ashley, would you like to do a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Terry Stoops,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Nay.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Aye.
Shelley Bullard,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Todd Gogby. I think he's gone. Dave Machado,
Aye.
Bart Danielson.
Aye.
Okay, it passes 7-1.
Okay. Thank you for your time this afternoon. We appreciate it. Keep pushing forward. All right, Ashley, can we take a, well, this never happens. We're like 20-some minutes ahead. Can we take maybe, can we do another 8 minutes?
Sure. We're taking
So let's
an
get back
8-minute
at 2:30.
break. We will be back at 2:30.
Yeah, I put myself on an island. I'm not-
good afternoon. Our final applicant today is Granite State Academy Charter School, and the board, we have a 7-member board. 6 of the folks are present here today. Just to recap, you all will be given an hour, and so I'll do a 5-minute introduction for you all, and then you all can come up and do your 10-minute intro. Okay? All right, so we have, again, 6 of the 7 members here from Granite State Charter. They are slated for open in Chatham County. In year 1, they will open with 308 students serving grades K through 6, rounding out year 5 with 680 students with grades K through 8. They will reach capacity in year 9 with 800 students. Granite State does plan to participate in the National School Lunch Program and the School Breakfast Program. They will provide bus services approximately within a 10-mile radius there. They will use a weighted lottery. They do not have a permanent facility, but they are slated for open in the 27312 zip code. Chatham County Public Schools did not submit an LEA impact statement. They are not a repeat applicant. They did receive some application assistance through Alliance Education Services, and the application was deemed complete by the Office of Charter Schools. And so you'll see some of the subgroup data here as it relates to their racial, ethnic, and their economically and educationally disadvantaged population. So we have that. They're represented in blue. There are 3 charter schools in Chatham County. So that's Woods, Chatham Charter, and Willow Oak. There's 21 traditional LEA schools there. Their average daily membership according to the final pupils by grade, the statistical profile was 8,767 students in Chatham. We have the zip code map there. Again, there's the 3 charter schools that we have in Chatham County. I'll allow the board to come up and kind of discuss those plans. So we have the chair, and please don't, I want to get your name correct, Ms. Holly Fricaro. Okay, and then Mr. Steve Griffin is vice chair, so I'll turn the floor over and allow you all to make your 10-minute introduction.
Can I ask a question first about the map?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Turner.
Which one of these little dewy things is where they want to go?
So
which color?
So the central, that brown marker.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon. On behalf of my fellow board members, I want to thank the Charter School Advisory Board for the opportunity to share our vision and passion for Granite State Charter Academy. My name is Holly Fricaro. I am the chair of the board. Steve Griffin is vice chair, and we have with us today Laura Howell, Cindy Gittin, Randy Voller, and Sam Edson. And not with us today is Carlo Garay, who is caring for an elderly aging mom, or ill mom. I won't go into depth about the background of our board of directors. I do believe that you have that in the packet. I do want to share a little bit with you about myself. As I said, my name is Holly. I am the Chief Executive Officer for the Home Builders Association for Durham, Orange, and Chatham counties. And my path to this career has been an interesting one. I'm the daughter of a teacher. My mother is the daughter of a teacher. My father is the son of a teacher turned principal. Both of my sisters are teachers, and I have a niece that is now a 4th generation teacher. I did not become a teacher because I was diagnosed dyslexic in the 3rd grade. With some intervention by what I call my education angels, I did make my way through high school, and sorry about that. I went to graduate school to become a psychologist and intended to work with children with disabilities. Running many nonprofits, from child services to homeless services to a supportive housing, I found myself running the local building association here in North Carolina. And my association holds education and workforce development as one of its highest core values. So I feel like I have returned to my family's educational roots. And especially this month, October is Careers in Construction Month. So I have found myself and many of the 600 plus members that represent my industry and my association entering into our local schools and sharing with young people from 5th grade to high school the entrepreneurial and exceptional opportunities that are ahead of them if they chose to enter the workforce straight from high school. We are here today to share our passion for the goals and the vision of the Granite State Charter School. And that can be described, and it's in your packet. The educational experience at Granite State Charter Academy encourages lifelong learning, fosters mutual respect, instills social responsibility, respect for diversity, and responsible citizenship. We recognize that North Carolina attracts and successfully recruits new businesses and industries to our state and our region. As a result, we endeavor to develop a well-educated and well-prepared workforce to meet the demands of our growing state, and specifically our local community. Our core values are designed to prepare students for academic achievement as well as to further college readiness and technical preparedness. Granite, grow our learning and trade skills. Reinforce related learning disciplines. Achievement by hard work and a sense of accomplishment. New educational methods to better prepare our future workforce. Innovation and learning about new trades and applying mastery and improvement to critical standards. Technical skills to immediately seek accelerated educational track for high school and options to seek opportunities in the workforce immediately after graduating high school. Excellence in career technical education. Empowering North Carolinians through excellent education is essential in securing a skilled talent pipeline and achieving a competitive, diverse, and world-class workforce. In today's competitive global marketplace where North Carolina competes for top talent with economies around the world, we must do more to strengthen our workforce and fill our talent pool.
Thank you, Holly. I'm Steve Griffin. It's a pleasure to be in front of y'all. I've probably visited most of all your charter schools. I've been involved since the 90s, I think 96 when we wrote the bill. 97, I insured my first school. I'm president of Insurance People of North Carolina. Worked with charter schools in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia on insurance and risk management and safety. And I've been serving on the Home Builders Association board going back to the 80s. And so the stars lined up. Why not get education and home building together and create some kind of vocational school? And I currently chair the North Carolina Education Workforce Innovation Commission that does grants for our middle and high schools for career technical education. So the stars just kind of lined up for y'all, for us to bring this model together. And I've kind of studied what's going on out there, and really what we need in North Carolina is to start at the K level and build the school up. And we're going to start out the 6th grade, but then add our middle school and then hopefully beyond that. So we're excited to be before you and look forward to your questions. And we got, I think, one of the best boards, and we're in an area that's really growing, and the community needs our school.
Is there somebody else to speak?
Okay, I think, are we good? Yeah, Ms. Turner, I think we're ready now. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so this is our opportunity to ask any questions that we might have. It would be a good idea for you to take notes because we're going to kind of throw all the questions out at one time. So what questions do people have? Okay, I'll do mine first. I'm wondering, what is your commitment to Alliance going forward? I really love this idea of preparing for the workforce, but since most of that happens ultimately post-secondary, are there high schools in Chatham that can continue what you started since you're K-8?
Right, so Ms. Turner, Steve Griffin, and you want to answer this? I'm going to get. Yeah.
Yeah, let us
Okay.
finish getting all the questions.
Yeah,
out.
let's do, so the first question's about Alliance, and,
No, I mean, the whole board still
Yeah,
gets
we're
an
gonna,
opportunity to add
we're gonna
questions.
throw out a bunch of questions amongst ourselves, and then we'll have you come up and, yeah. You're good, you're good.
Okay, and then I still have one other question. And this is just a comment. We had a board that had not really had much outreach to businesses. This board has a ton of community support in terms of local businesses, which makes a lot of sense given their mission. I did not see as much work with parents. So I'd like to hear more about that. Any other questions?
Matter in the mute.
Would you say, Hilda?
Matter in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I see her questions. This is from Hilda Parlay. She would like to know what is the rationale for seeking a huge number of community support versus the parent guardian interest in support. And she wanted some more information about the 6 purposes of the school. She said 6 of the purposes are checked in the application, but only 4 are explained. And then she would like to know what would make Granite unique from other schools offering similar programs.
Can you repeat the middle question?
Yes, she's referring to the 6 purposes of a charter school, and she said in the application, all 6 are checked and only 4 are elaborated upon.
Anybody else have questions before we let them start answering?
Yes, I have a few. I was reading through the typical day for a teacher and student. I think this is an incredible idea. I am just a little concerned with the K through 5 aspect of it. Right now, we're really looking at like career development plans and getting students really excited about what's after middle school and then the high school. And so I'll just use computer science for example. What we're really doing is to get kids interested in it, we kind of sprinkle in standards or sprinkle in a little bit to into the K through 5. So it's like they don't even know that they're learning computer science, but it kind of gets them excited. So then when they get to middle school, then they're like, oh man, I've already learned that before. Oh, that was computer science. I can do that. So since this is so skills based, how are you going to do that so it's age appropriate? And because I didn't really get that from your description of what a typical day was. And then the other thing is, how are you going to find the workforce, the teachers to administer this K through 5 to make it age appropriate, and then through 6 through 8, especially trying to find trade teachers right now.
Let me piggyback on that too, as well as they're not in the budget either. I don't see budgeting for the coding, robotics, STEM trades, and maybe it's not happening in the first 3 to 5 years. But where are those positions? Where are the people? But also, where is the budget to support the mission and the interest as well? I'm wondering if they could explain. Most of the business interest appears to be construction companies and the Home Builders Association, all of that networking, which is obviously very relevant to families and students coming, so that's good. I noticed some type of survey. I noticed, first of all, you have a list of a lot of names, interested names, which is good. It wasn't numbered. I don't know where it ends in the numbers. But on a survey, one of them shows 2 respondents. It's an English survey with the graphing. The other one shows anywhere from 60 to 95 respondents, and it's the Spanish version. I just wonder if you could address what the survey was about there, and why do you think the response is like that?
I have a few questions. Alliance Education Services helped write this application, but your application said there was no fee. Can you let us know, is there any kind of agreement of any services that they'll provide you once you're up and running? It's awful nice of them to do it for no fee. I'd like to know a little bit about your transportation plan. Your ed plan says something about a workshop model, like a little more explanation on what that is. And with what Jamie said, does your elementary school start at 7:30, is that what I read in your application? That's awful early, and then your middle school would be 8:30. You wanna talk about that a little bit?
And just related to the transportation plan, you want to pull students from Southern Durham, Wake, and Orange, but it looks like it maxes out at a 10-mile radius for the bus service, which might be an issue for students from certain counties. So that address that specifically. And I'd like to hear more about the facility prospects in a county that is growing really fast, where industry seems to be locating. I just would like to know a little bit about that, about the process of finding a suitable place to put a facility and any barriers that you foresee in being able to do so.
And I have one more follow-up. Sorry, we're throwing a lot at you. To piggyback off of, I forget who asked this question already. How are you going to ensure that all the work that you've done 6 through 8 is going to then carry forward into to the high school, or do you have a partnership with Chatham County Schools or the surrounding schools? But more importantly, why would you not make this a K through 12 if the purpose was to get the people workforce ready? Because I don't think we're expecting any child 7th or 8th grade to be workforce ready or to know what they're doing when they leave. So why would you, if that's the mission of the school, why would you not carry this all the way through? And I know there's a lot of reasons, but I want to hear your reasons why.
Okay, you want to start addressing those?
Can we as a team sort of talk about the questions and then assign who's going to answer?
Sure.
Cheryl, they're just talking about how they're going to answer, and then they're going to come up.
Okay, thank you.
No one asked about Grant State. New Hampshire.
Yeah, exactly.
Live for your guide.
Yeah, I figured I'd do that at the end. I was very confused. Yeah, the Ethan Allen boys like.
So we start with the facilities. Is that what?
You do it however you want.
I'm going to introduce Randy.
Hi, my name's Randy Voller. Nice to meet you. And you are correct, sir. Chatham County is an incredibly hot market. I've been a broker for 30 years. Was also the mayor of Pittsboro for 4 terms. Worked with Willow Creek and Woods Charter when they just started. I think they're tremendous schools. We actually have a property between Briar Chapel and Farrington, and I've been working with the folks here. I know the owners, and they're committed in that area, which is right next to Briar Chapel, a compact community ordinance, they call it, the zone that you can do master planning, and there's 3 sites that would be suitable for a school. One of the best sites, which would be wonderful if we build it here, would be next to where they have the community college, right up there, right off of 15501, but we have 2 others. So the sites have all been locked in, and there's commitments, if this were to be approved, that we could build a full facility there. And I've also been in construction, member of the HBA, so I'm quite familiar with site work, built a number of communities, so I understand the difficulties. But you nailed it to begin with. It's a hot area with a lot of interest.
I'm going to answer the question about Alliance. As you know, I'm an insurance agent. I work with schools throughout the state. Alliance seems to me to run high-performing charter schools, and we want an academic high-performing charter school. So I've reached out to them for guidance. We do not have a signed contract with them. So they've basically given me guidance. Does that answer that?
Are you expecting to have a contract with them if you get a charter?
Our board hadn't met yet to decide that.
But you're under no obligation.
That is correct. Okay. What was the other
I've
one?
got a question.
All right.
I'm sorry, I guess I ought to pull this over. Your interest in academic high achievement and the other overarching goal, which seems to me to be preparing sort of workforce preparation for people who probably don't go to college or may not go to college.
Correct.
Do you see any conflict, or, I mean, just my knee-jerk reaction, if somebody were to describe those two, I would not necessarily think of those as, those fit hand in glove.
Me either. So I use my father as an example. My dad was born in Bynum, down on the Hall River. My grandfather moved to Durham in 1915, so they'll go to Durham public schools. My dad and his classmates at Durham High built that stone wall around Duke East campus. My dad ends up being a dentist. So he didn't know his pathway until he got out of high school and figured out, I think I want to go be a dentist instead of a stonemason. So a lot of times these students just don't know. And that piggybacks into why K-8, and I'm for the high school. We definitely want to do the high school. But, you know, I've been advised it's so expensive. I just spent 8 years on North Carolina School of Science and Math Board. It's a $22 million budget to run that school. I know it's a boarding school, and it's the #1 high school in the nation now. But it's expensive to run these high schools, so we didn't want to come before you and commit. The other problem is I've studied these high schools, these charter high schools, and they struggle, the ones who aren't fed properly. We got to start this, and I'm speaking to the choir with y'all, with what Cheryl's done at her school and Dave and all you different ones at your schools. We got to start kindergarten and get them up to grade. And so by the time they get to middle school, that's where the data research says these students need to be prepared to go into the high school. So my best example is the charter high school that exists now. Their biggest challenge is their students are coming to them unprepared. And so we want our students to be prepared going from the middle school into the high school. But to get to the middle school, you got to be able to read at grade level. So that's the challenge of it. And I don't think our model's been done yet in North Carolina. So that's our challenge. But the biggest thing we have is we have tremendous business support. We got so many businesses supporting us. Our deficit are over the families. And that's where Randy comes in Chatham Park. There's 60,000 people moving into that community. So they're coming. And then Woods Charter has the, top 5, 6 school in North Carolina? They have a waiting list. You can't get in that school. And Willowcrest is the other one. That school seems to be doing okay. But I think there's a huge demand. The biggest thing we've seen is Chapel Hill, Carrboro, and Durham, where I live, wanting to come to our school. They're not getting this vocational education where they were, career technical education where they are now. They want to come to our school. I mean, I went to Durham Public Schools. It's not pretty what's going on over there. They're leaving. Teachers are quitting. So my friends are going over there volunteering, teaching these kids. So there's a huge demand for our school. We have a relationship with the Hispanic Contractors Association. Carlo's one of their members, and he couldn't be here today because of his sick mom, but he says, Steve, we have to do this. There's a huge demand. So we're going to have probably one of the most diverse schools in North Carolina, too.
So I'll reiterate, the goal has been, and always will be, to continue to request to add additional grades so that we are a K through 12, and we are preparing those individuals for the workplace after high school. We're taking a measured conservative start so that we do it right. On transportation, the school and the board is making an earnest effort to ensure that transportation is made available to all of the students. The school will obviously help coordinate car lines, carpooling, and take surveys and determine interest through interest forms on the transportation needs and the transportation requests once we know where our actual student body will come from. When the enrollment documents are collected, they will include a bus transportation request so that the school can help plan for those needs. And the school may also apply for the North Carolina Access Grant, specifically to help increase the diversity and provide transportation. Let me just take a second to look at a
Can I
couple.
do a follow-up on that transportation? So you're saying that if you want to make sure you're gonna have diversity in your school, you're not gonna target an area of, say, that is maybe, that area is more economically disadvantaged. You're gonna wait to find out where your students are coming from, and then you're gonna decide your transportation is gonna be. The parents, the families that live in the areas that probably need transportation the most, if your school hasn't already announced, we're gonna offer transportation, we're gonna come to your area, they're not even gonna think about coming to your school, so that's a barrier you need to be conscious about.
Absolutely, a very excellent observation, and I believe that we are going to make every absolute effort to market this school to all of the individuals within that geographic region, but very specifically to those areas that are more disadvantaged. It's a core value of my association, and we were the founding members of this board of directors, and we have a number of programs where we bring construction trade training to specifically disadvantaged individuals, and really do a tremendous job of wrapping those folks with the services and the education and the outreach that they need to know about what we have to offer. So there's no doubt in my mind that we'll make a concerted effort to be recruiting into the deepest neighborhoods where the need is the greatest. I'll turn it over, and I'm certain we'll be passing the baton.
So recently there was data presented in Chapel Hill that looked at Orange and Chatham County, and Wednesday there'll be an update in Chatham County where political leaders and business leaders and citizens will attend. But an interesting bit of data was if you took West Chatham, centered around Siler City, and separated the census tracts, it would be the 99th poorest county in the state. So we have real issues in Chatham County, not just diversity in terms of white, black, brown, but diversity in income. And it is our intention to reach out to the Siler City area and pull in some of those students who could definitely benefit from this educational experience and provide transportation. I actually was the chair of the Rural Planning Organization, which is an advisory board for DOT for 8 years. I'm quite familiar with various transportation plans. I work with our school board for many, many years and understand how they set about their routes. So our intention is to create a robust system to definitely pull those students from those areas that need to get this type of education and participate in the economic opportunity of Wolfspeed coming to Siler City and VinFast coming to Moncure. If there are any other questions on that, I hope.
Well, I don't know if you can answer this or somebody else, but similar to my questions earlier about it's not going through high school. I see that you're going to partner with possibly the community college. I would
Yes.
I would guess by putting. So is it more like dual enrollment? Are you actually the ones teaching them, or are they getting the core stuff there and they're going somewhere else to get the trade education?
There's currently a relationship between CCCC and the public schools in Chatham County. I've done a lot of work with them. They even have something called the Chatham Promise, which I think they replicate in Harnett and Lee County, where if you get certain grades, they'll pay for a free education to go to I guess you'd call it 13th and 14th, but to get your associate's degree. So they're already having classes for Northwood and Jordan Matthews and Chatham Central to go to the schools in Siler City and Pittsburgh that are part of CCCC. I guess our intention, we're trying to plant acorns here that will grow to do this, but our intention would be not to reinvent the wheel, but actually cooperate with what's going on and create a synergistic model as opposed to we're going another direction.
Chatham County already has this pipeline?
The Chatham County Schools already has a relationship called the Chatham Promise with CCCC where they're currently operating this. And if kids get a certain grade when they graduate, they can get their education paid for at CCCC. That is going on right now. that was passed by the county commissioners fund that.
Will your charter school be included in that?
At this point, I mean, absolutely, we would want to be part of it. I mean, I think we're starting with, K through 5 and going to K through 8, but when we get to the end, yes.
Well, eighth graders, that's a high school program.
Maybe a high school day, and.
Yeah, it's
I'm
College
trying-
and Career
I'm trying to
Promise.
help.
That's a high school program.
Right, it's a high school program.
But I'm trying to, because I love this idea. Why would a charter school need to do this if what's the differentiator for why this charter school needs to exist if the local's already doing this?
Well, they're not already doing this I'm only telling you that at the end, they're cooperating with the community college, but the community college has a curriculum for a wide group of things beside what we would be focusing on. I mean, Steve kind of jumped into it, but you also have Epic Games that, they're over in Cary and kids want to learn how to program. There's a whole, including in construction right now, kids need to understand, or the future workers, how to program and work with technology, because pouring concrete isn't going to be like my dad did. It's actually going to require a working knowledge.
70% of all jobs by 2040 are going to require computer science.
Exactly. So that's how I got interested. I come from a background also of educators and folks that worked in the trades, from the old country and here, and I could see the need for an educational program that was pushing these ideas. I'm already just telling you that the county commissioners and the policymakers understand this, and they're already on board with working with folks doing this. But Governor Cooper was in the county last week. I talked to him, and he said, I want to make this the clean energy and center of the country, and we have the battery operations and VinFast. It is going to require an infrastructure that needs stuff like this, and they know this. So that's why I got involved.
Yeah, that makes sense. But because we haven't addressed the 7:30 a.m. start time, and really if we could touch on that and how are you going to do this? Because I get it if this was a high school. How are you going to do this K through 5 and then 6 through 8? Ramp it up.
I had to address that again. I won't let the educators do it.
You go.
But
You talking to microphone?
we have got to start, and you know this, you're an educator. You got to start at the K level and build up the elementary part, then add the middle school. Then we endeavor to build a high school or partner with someone.
I completely agree with you.
Okay.
That's why I didn't get it from your
I agree.
description here. It's like, we'll do
Yeah.
modules here.
Yeah.
So I really want to,
Yeah.
I completely agree with
I've
you.
read 150 bylaws. I'm better on the bylaw side of ensuring a charter school than I am on that.
Yeah,
So,
that's good.
all right. But here's the experts on education.
No, not the experts. Hi. I just wanted to address someone had asked us about why 6 of the purposes were checked, but we only addressed 4. Unfortunately, I think that was an oversight. We only meant to check those 4. So that was a mistake on our end.
Is that, yeah, okay. This school schedule, the start time of 7:30, we chose, that's what a typical the elementary school where I work, which is a charter school, our elementary school starts at 7:30, our middle school starts at 8:30, and our high school starts at 8:45. So we just kind of just modeled a typical school day from what we have experienced from that. And did you the same schools you work at are the?
Yes, and we were just going to say during that first year, everyone would start at 7:30, and then we would look at moving forward the second year.
Since we will just be K-5 those first years, so.
And what about
I
the
thought it
career
said
technical?
6.
What about the career technical stuff at K through 5? Like, how would you be?
So we looked at a workshop model as our form of instruction, which is it differentiates learning, and then it's also provides a lot of hands-on. So that would be kind of sprinkled in with that. We are looking at doing the Lego robotics engineering as an elective, which is a K-5 elective that we have now that we're using in our school. Our teachers we're looking at. You're going to talk about that, I think, some of the programs you've looked at, and writing some grants for PD for our teachers to do that.
Just time check, Cheryl,
Is that-
we are out of time, but obviously, Cheryl, you can extend if you wish.
I'd like to just interject in all of this, talk about the computer science and the technology that there is zero for classroom technology in the budget. I don't see robotics. The budget, I know it's fluid, And it should reflect the mission and the goals of the school, and there's 0 for classroom technology. There's 25,000 for software, but what will they use it with? I mean,
on curriculum, I have done, as a disclosure, I've shared with you, I am not an educator, but I have done a tremendous amount of research on curriculum, and we would have to align the curriculum with what the state of North Carolina would approve. But there is a tremendous amount of resources available, K through ongoing, that brings all of these technical educations and roots them into what they're learning. From using culinary science and construction in understanding fractions and volume. And that's just an example. So because this is such a passion and mission for this organization, when selecting the curriculum, identifying what's approved by the state of North Carolina, Freudian slip, we will select a curriculum that has a unique focus in the areas that we're interested in highlighting that we don't think today is being done in other schools. For the budget in terms of...
Can I just give, when you say the state needs to approve your curriculum, what do you mean by that?
Well, I'm not an educator, but I would want to make sure that the curriculum that we select is approved to be used. If there's not a process to approve curriculum, then that's not,
okay.
Then that does not apply. But I don't want to say we're going to grab this curriculum and then have you all respond, well, is it approved by the state of North Carolina?
You could decide whatever curriculum you want.
Okay, thank you for that bit of education. It's important to us, though, that the curriculum have a unique focus in these non-traditional kinds of ways of learning. That's a better way of stating it. In terms of having a budget that reflects the desire to do STEM and technical education, there would be an effort on my part and those of the board to raise funds, and currently the budget is based on the per student stipend that we can expect. So there was the anticipated year 1 number of students, and that's essentially using the template that was provided, how the budget was created. Recognizing that there's not a luxury of riches in a particular area means that we would have to go and look for funds to support that. My association, again, made up of 600 businesses, that we find this to be such a tremendous need that for this entire month, I have had every single week, multiple days per week, individuals going into the school. That's not something that we could do for 40 some weeks out of the year, but we will really focus on bringing in and providing models from our community that do these jobs. And what I have learned is a 5th grader doesn't know what they want to be, but they know what they don't want to be. So we really don't want them to decide they don't want to be someone. We want to show them that women build homes, that Hispanics own businesses. We want to show them an array of diversity and opportunities that may not be something that they know today. My association just finished our first Summer Careers Academy. We budgeted for 10 students to start. We were in Orange County, focused on the growing Hmong population, but also very much marketed this program to individuals who were in the free and reduced lunch. And we worked with the career development coordinators to invite those who may not participate a lot in their classes and introduce them to this opportunity. It was 2 classroom days, 3 days working in the work site. We had 15 employers. We had 41 applications. We selected 20. 5 got jobs before they even started the program. We started 15. We ended with 15. There were only 2 Caucasian students in the group, and 5 of the 15 have been hired full-time with their employers. That was our first year in just 2 schools. And the next year we will add Durham to our profile of schools. And so we're committed. We're committed to make this an opportunity that provides an entrepreneurial career opportunity to the young people of our region. I want to invite my closers up to give the closing unless there were some questions that we just left completely unanswered.
Yeah, and I had not asked this question before, but you're the CEO of the Home Builders Association. Does the Home Builders Association, have they supported this in any sort of official sense?
There is a letter of support in the packet, absolutely.
Are any of your board members from Siler City?
I do not have board members from Siler City, but I do have several that live in Chatham County, many builders in Chatham County, and I'm certain that some of those businesses are working in Siler City. I should have drilled down into that, but.
And I know we're way over time, but why is it called Granite State Charter?
Because the state rock is a granite. At one point, the ocean went all the way to Chapel Hill, and granite was under the earth, apparently, according to Steve Griffin's Google research. Okay. But it is the state rock. We're the boulders.
Is it K-5 or K-6?
The application was for K through 8, and we are...
Year one.
Year 1 is K through 5.
At 308, is that the number?
The number of students.
So we have K6.
I got K6 at 308.
Yeah. We've had K6 and all of our information for year 1.
I don't know.
So I just want to clarify, if you're 5 and 5.
Oh, right, I'm sorry. K through 5.
And enrollment projected at 308 for that K5, or is the enrollment changed too?
In year 1, I'm showing a total, I'm showing 209, if I'm following my budget properly.
That might be your break even. I had 215 as your break even. What does the office have, Ashley?
I'm trying to look it up right now.
Okay.
The application has 308 and K6.
Yeah, it's what we have on the sheet.
Yeah, that's what you have.
We do need to move on to the closing, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sam Edson. I'm actually an electrical contractor. I've been for 8 years. I don't have any background in education other than the personal experience that I went through. I was not really the best student. I wasn't really hands-on with learning. I actually went to Hill Center as well as Durham School of the Arts. And here I am as an electrician. So if I can, I'd like to make a difference for kids like myself that was growing up that, I didn't really have access to hands-on learning. I mean, I worked with my cousin who was a general contractor. And then after that, I went to college at Western Carolina for 2 years before I realized that was not my area to be in. Came back, started working full-time as an electrician, and here I am in front of you guys. So, like I said, if there's a way that, I can show children that, this is a possibility to be successful, and not have, the rigors of, well, you're not going to a 4-year college, so you're not going to be successful. I don't want that to be an option. I want to show kids that you can be very successful in the trades. So that was my thing on it. So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I just want to thank you all for your time. I just want to reiterate that the General Assembly, our governor, and the local leadership in our Chatham and Lee County are very much behind this development that's coming to us and that's going to desperately need these type of young minds to be trained and involved, whether it's Wolf Speed and the other jobs that are going to be created in Siler City. or what's happening down in Moncure. And I think that planting the flag now and getting this thing growing is only going to be a good model that could be replicated elsewhere. But let us get started and get to work. We have a site, we've got a great team, and I really feel confident in the 22 years I've been in Chatham County, working down there about 30, but living there 22. The community likes this idea, the business community likes this idea, and I would really like to see it go, and I would love your support. Thank you for your time.
All right, they finished their closing, Cheryl.
Okay, thank you. All right, so this is our opportunity to discuss it. What are people thinking? So I'll just start. I'm confused. I mean, the stuff they're talking about is phenomenal. That's not the issue. But all of that is high school related, but they're not going to do high school. And if I'm just confused.
I'm kind of with. I think this is a credible idea. And when I looked at it, I said at capacity year 9, and I was hoping that, I don't know if there would be a high school there too. What I'm confused, and I do agree with, I forget if it was the mayor who said this, but that high schools are very expensive, charter schools, and that's why we don't have any around the state, charter high schools. But if the business community and all the local leadership and everybody's really invested in this, why isn't there a fundraising capability to kind of offset those costs that help this? Because my fear is that you open this up and they start doing all this great work at the charter school, and then what happens when they go to high school?
So I have a procedural, or not procedural question, just information I need, which is if they fell through 8th grade and then they conclude they want to expand into high school, do they have to come back?
They'd have to amend their charter.
They'd have to amend their charter. They don't have to come back to us.
If they
have
add
to
one
amend
grade
the
a
charter.
year, they don't have to come back. If they decide to say, let's open up 9, 10, then they'd have to get State Board of Ed approval.
So they could expand a year at a time and move on out through.
As long as they're not low performing, they sure can.
Yeah, I think what they'll learn if they knock it out of the park, well, even before they knock it out of the park, before they open their doors in K1, they'll start getting questions from parents about when is the high school coming. And so, yeah. I think it's, I mean, I think it's really innovative.
Yeah.
I think it's about what we want charters to be, which is innovative, preparing students for careers that will be needed, maybe in ways that the other schools in the area aren't. I will say I would have liked to have, I don't recall an interview where they didn't know what curriculum they were going to use yet. And that seems like that would be something that I would have thought that they would have had more of an answer to today. I don't think we've ever had a group before us that had shirts already made either. So there's that.
I would say that, of course, I have not been on this board for very long, but I've definitely interacted with charter schools that were founded by business entrepreneurs, and they knew what they didn't know, and they went and sought out, once they knew they were going to have a school, they didn't pretend that they were going to evaluate the academic side themselves. They went out and found people they knew were good at that and brought them in and let them control that part of the process. And so I understand we may not have seen that collectively. It's a model that has led to successful charter schools elsewhere when you had really good, insightful business people on the board, and they were willing to hire the right competence on the academic side.
I think this application is very innovative, and everybody is talking about right now is preparing for a workforce, so I think that was really good. I'm not sure if your transportation plan was just check the box so you can get through CSAB, or you truly want a robust transportation plan. I don't feel like the answer really convinced me that, because you kind of gave us two answers, but at the same time, it's not enough for me to vote against the application, but it's something that you definitely need to improve, because if there's families that want to come to your school but rely on transportation and don't know that you're going to have a bus in their neighborhood, you've created a barrier that you're not even aware you have. So I think it's important that you really look at your transportation plan.
I do think it's in the budget, and maybe the piece you're talking about is the communication of it, the information education to the parents, because they have $125,000 in year one, $175,000 in year two, $225,000. So I think they have determined transportation's important.
Right.
They know the need is there. We don't typically see that kind of number.
But the question
Just
about
FYI.
technology that you brought up, I think, is absolutely critical for a
Yeah.
school that's trying to do this.
Yeah, there is not, and that's why I'm missing it, there is not line item just for students to have Chromebooks. It's software, but I didn't see, other than Office technology, I didn't see anything there for the students.
It's almost like there's a chunk missing of the academic component, what others were saying, like some of the academic budget and curriculum specifics and staffing specifics for those electives. You know, there's a little bit missing there, but because it's more about the workshop model and the trades and the skills and the look ahead, what they're doing to prepare students for that next grade level, those next decisions.
And one question that comes to mind is when we talk about technology, we tend to think of it as being expensive, but I would wonder to what extent, when you're talking about K-8, the technologies are they really that expensive? How expensive is Lego, which is, you know, tremendously valuable? Maybe it is very expensive, I just don't know.
Pretty expensive.
And it can be used year after year, sort of thing, or multiple times in a year.
And they're looking for donors, and they have a great strength in business support, which you would hope that they would have resources to help this advance. I don't see a lot of education background in the board membership. Did you? Am I missing something there? We have brokers, electricians, accountability coordinator. Something else? Pardon me?
Former teacher.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Two. Yeah, this is exciting. This concept's exciting. At minimum, I will say that they at least need to be brought back. I don't think any of us are in agreement that this is, we wouldn't want to hear from them again, but the curriculum one does kind of.
So, yeah, I guess, again, going back to the question of the day. Thanks, Terry. Can bring them back in December. Are they going to have an answer to the curriculum question? Like, what's your base math curriculum? What's your base reading curriculum? What's your strategies for teaching reading? Like, we didn't get into any of that. Are those questions that they can answer?
Which are critical since they're starting K-5.
Yeah.
Their overall concept, what they want to accomplish ultimately is phenomenal, but if you don't get if you're starting K-5 and kids don't learn to read, you're going nowhere.
And the other thing is the interest. We never did see anything about interest numbers from parents and families, did we? Can you remind me? We have a lot of support.
Wasn't much. There was a lot of support from business, not from families.
Yeah, I really think this is innovative. I really do. I'm trying to get my head wrapped around if this were, how many other charter school boards, prospective charter schools would we, if you came before us and said, what's your base math curriculum? What's your base reading program going to be? And the answer was, we'll figure that out. We don't know yet. What's the core curriculum you're going to use? I don't know yet. We're going to figure that out. Like,
We've actually turned down schools that said that.
so.
I'd like to give them time to, because I feel like they've spent a lot of time developing their end goal. And so now they decided to start at the beginning. So they need to go back and look at what are we going to do at the beginning? What's the details for that? They have lots of detail around their end goal. And I really would like to see them get to their end goal. So I'd be open to letting them come back in December and tell us what K-5 is going to look like.
Yeah, and I think these are good questions that we're asking, because if we run the risk of not having clear answers to some of these questions and putting them in front of the state board, and a really innovative school idea being, cut off at the knees there. I'm willing to make a motion that we bring Granite State Charter School back for a second interview. As a reminder, if we do that, we would send them very specific questions that they provide written responses to. And when they come back, our focus of our conversation is mostly focused on that Q&A.
I'd second that. It's been properly moved and seconded. Oh, I forgot I was leading. It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Ashley, would you please take a roll call?
Yes. Terry Stoops?
Aye.
Bruce Friend?
Aye.
Rita Hare?
Aye.
Hilda Parlay? Shelley Bullard?
Aye.
Cheryl Turner?
Aye.
Todd Godby?
I'm going to abstain because I missed quite a bit of that.
Okay. Dave Machado?
Aye.
Bart Danielson?
Aye.
Okay, it passes unanimously for a second round interview. So this, the board will develop their questions that they would specifically like you to answer. We will communicate with you sometime in the next few weeks or month, what those specific questions are, and then you are to provide our office responses only to those questions. But we'll give you information, and then you'll return in December. I don't have I think it's December 7th or 8th, but we'll communicate with you, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd say he missed most of the conversation.
All right, so that's it for the applications today.
He wasn't here today.
We had state board last week, and we did the virtual reports. The virtual reports were, I think, well received. They appreciated all the data. NC Access did their annual review, which also went very well. So next month in November, we will be bringing the accelerated applications forward, and then the state board will vote on the NC Access Movement Southwest recommendation and the 2 virtual reports. Our next meeting will be November 6th and 7th, I believe. Let's see.
7th and 8th, I think.
7th and 8th. So November will be a very busy month. We've been working on the agenda. So we will have, I believe, 7 interviews. We have the 3 movement schools. I've placed them all together on one day. And then we have 4 other schools that will be coming. I believe they're all kind of independent schools. And then we will also begin the renewals, and we'll be hearing the renewal presentation as well as interviews for the 5-year, 7-year recommendations, and we will probably start some of the 3-year because we have a lot of 3-year like low performing schools this year. So that will be November. We'll send out more information about that in the next couple weeks. And is there anything else on?
We have one email.
Yeah, and there is one new EMO, I believe. that we will be looking into and providing more information to leadership and, but you will have all the summary feedback provided and everything that you normally receive, so you can prepare for those November applications. And then, the other thing I wanted to say is in December, we'll start the second round interviews. So as of now, you will have Riverside Leadership Academy from today, Granite State Charter Academy from today, and then Centerpoint Classical Academy. So that is, John is leading Centerpoint, Cheryl is leading Riverside and Granite State. So just work on getting those second interview questions that you would like us to present to them, to our office or to your chairs as soon as possible, and we'll start getting those prepared so we can get those to those boards with enough time to prepare for December.
So November will be that's the last month of any new applications, correct?
Correct, yep. And then December will just be second rounds, and then we'll bring all the recommendations to State Board in January.
Good job, Melanie.
Yeah, good
Good
job.
job.
Thanks. And I think that's it, so,
I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
thank you guys.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Everybody have a great week. Good month.
Ashley, can you tell me when we're no longer streaming?
Yes, 1 second, I'm gonna turn my mics off. Earl, we're done.